Yes, the time is now. Time for the Captain's Cast. Can you believe it has been a year? I sure can. Mr. Producer, gotta get this thing going. Ahoy! Welcome aboard. This is the Captain's Cast, live with me, Captain Garrett, here on the Swords and Starships channel. Hi, how are you? How's your week been going? Let's finish it off right with a great Sunday night stream. Sundays have become my favorite day of the week. We are live on YouTube, Rumble, and X, formerly Twitter. One day Kick, if I can ever get that thing working. I cannot get Kick working, I'm telling you right now. I'm gonna did you see that? Of course you didn't, because are you watching SNL? No one's watching SNL. Like, no one's watching that. But Sydney Sweeney was roasting Madam Web, so we're gonna talk about that. We have grizzy shills, because there is some Disney Star Wars drama. And by the way, the chickens have come home to roost in the gaming industry. They've come home to roost in Hollywood, but they have come home to roost in the gaming industry. And they're the creep of the wokeness, the insanity, the DEI, all that. And so as I have said on this channel, we stand at the dawn of a new age, and the evidence is coming forthwith. And so we'll talk about that. But the main thing, we have actually a lot of good news. This is an all good news stream. We're going to just have some fun. We're going to talk about the good things. I have not seen Dune 2. There will be zero Dune 2 talk other than just, referencing it. But no talk about the story, because I have not seen it, because I am in a situation where just weather prevents me from reaching a place where I can go see it, which really sucks, because I really wanted to see it, like, really bad. I've like tuned out of a whole bunch of live streams this week because I'm like, I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to hear about Dune. I need to go into this thing. I still heard a lot about it, so, but no spoilers, so I'm good. So no Dune 2 talk, but we will be talking about something that is absolutely brilliant, and that is Shogun, folks. My dear sailors and starnauts, this is, if you haven't noticed, the Swords and Starships channel, and we have swords to talk about. We have samurai swords to talk about in Shogun, adapted from the brilliant novel. It's an FX series streaming on Hulu, and I regret having to give money to Disney for this, but it's worth it. Can I just, what's kind of amazing to me? It's like every time I watch something like really good, I'm like, oh my God, this was what TV was like even just 10 years ago. This is what it was like 20 years ago, when adult professionals were writing and producing film. It's like, that's so unbelievable to me that, like, that's like, I don't even remember a time. It's like, it's like, this is what it's like when adults write things. It's unbelievable. I watch things like Ahsoka and Secret Invasion, and I'm like, oh my God, like, how can Bob Iger not be embarrassed? You know what I'm saying? Like, how can Bob Iger, be the CEO of Disney and not be embarrassed that this is the content that his company is producing? Has he the man has an ego. Obviously, the man has an ego. How can that not embarrass him? Yeah, obviously he hasn't seen it. He hasn't seen any of it, but surely by now he's got some inkling. I'm just, these are kind of rhetorical questions. It's just the feeling I get, right? But then you see Shogun, and you're like, oh my God, these are like mature characters. They're complex. They have multiple layers. There's intricate political games going on. The roles of men and women are neither traditional nor exclusively. They're neither exclusively traditional or totally woke. They're just humans. They're humans in a feudalistic era, having to use their strengths and weaknesses in a delicate, deadly game of politics. It's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. It's like back when Game of Thrones was Game of Thrones, that's Shogun. It's like, it's full blown court intrigue. I would tell you something. I would not want to live in Westeros. I would not want to live in feudal Japan. Oh my God, what a brutal feudalistic society that was. Like, it was harsh. That being said, so was feudal Europe, so it's not like, but I'm telling you, that was a hard time. That was a hard time to live through. So we are going to get into it. We have so much to talk about. I mean, wasn't there something else we got the Star Trek Discovery final season. I forgot to run that trailer. We got all kinds of things. So stick around. You're going to have a lot of fun. You're going to have a good time. Ahoy, Tom. The time is now, says Tom, and that is accurate. The time is now. Time is now, Tom. Ahoy, Captain in chat. Well, ahoy. Oh, look at that. StreamYards has an update. The little mod wrench is appearing next to your name. Don't that make you feel special? Officers of the watch all. And it's an honor to serve with you. It is an honor. And Fu Man Blue says, hail to Tom. Star Fury is in the chat. He says, ahoy. Ahoy, Star Fury. Wrangler says, hail. Wrangler is in the chat. And he says, hi, Fu. Hi, Fu. I don't know why I say it that way. Fu Man Blue has been wrangling, sorry to borrow your name there, Wrangler, but he has been wrangling new members into the Discord. And the Discord chat, the Discord invite link is updated. So check it out. Stormcrow is in the chat. Stormcrow said, hello, sir. Last night I had my first ever session as a game master. Went off without a hitch. Ask Wrangler if you don't believe me. Wrangler, can you verify this information, sir? A claim has been made by Stormcrow, and it merits your corroboration, sir. So I will not believe Stormcrow until I hear confirmation from Wrangler. Wrangler, he can confirm. They're very good. Very good, sir. Your word as an officer is accepted here. And Stormcrow, I therefore believe you. That you had... Congratulations, Stormcrow. I'm going to tell you something. There ain't nothing like having a great RPG session as a game master. It's the best feeling in the world. So, Captain, salute to you, sir. Captain, salute to you. It's a great exercise in storytelling, I find. I find it's very fun. But you know what's so interesting, and I kind of didn't get to finish my thought last week on the stream, but I was just talking about how, like, even writing a novel, right, which is the most kind of solo act of all writing, right, you might think it's not collaborative, and I did used to think it was not collaborative. It greatly appealed to my ego that my name would be on that book, and it would be me that was a bestseller, if I were a bestseller. You know, it's funny. I'm kind of over that. You know, it's like I don't actually. Yes, I have an ego. We all do. I'm on YouTube. Okay, let's just get real for a second. But I don't have that yearn that I used to have for my name. You know, and what's so interesting is that what I discovered when I actually wrote my books was that it is collaborative. It is collaborative because I had to ask people for feedback. I often would call friends of mine who were good. Fellow writers and such, and just bounce ideas off of them. And in a way, and then the audience participates. The audience reacts to like beta drafts and stuff like that. And so at the end of the day, this is why I think I have a dim view of the arrogance and the snootiness of Hollywood creatives like Rian Johnson, just as an example, who act like, or Taika Waititi's a great example of this. It's like just a peak egotistical asshole, and it's just that they should know better. That's all. I mean, look, they're successful. That's fine. They should know better, though. But then again, their problems are not my business, unless I'm commenting on their work, and that can always happen here on the Captain's Cast. Star Fury wisely advises safety. Welcome, everyone. Let's buckle in, and we should, Star Fury. Star Fury says, I've started a rewatch of Star Trek. I am back in my happy place where the green bitch is at. 3 cheers for Star Fury. That is the happy place, isn't it, Star Fury? Ain't it? Ain't that the happy place? Oh, man, the 80s were a great time. which may sound like a non sequitur, but there's this YouTube channel. What's it called? It's called Saturday Morning something. Ah, crap. I can't. It's escaping me at the moment. It's like, but they run Saturday morning cartoons, like the old school cartoons. They just run like a cycle of like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I don't know how they get away with this, but they run it every Super Saturday Morning. That's the name of the channel. And their thumbnails are unbelievably awesome because it's like just hot, disproportionately proportioned babes, from like the 80s. And I'm like, oh, those were the days. Those were the days. Anyway, we're bringing them back here. Hail the Iron Age. Wrangler says, the game last night concluded with a blast and bacon. Oh, that is good. That is good. Staff Fury says, no mead. He's disappointed. Staff Fury is displeased. All right. Well, that's a great reference, Fu Man. I am Star Fury's crushing disappointment. A reference from Fight Club. I love that. I love that in Fight Club. How he's like, what does he say? I forget the name that he says. But yeah, he's like, I am so-and-so's complete lack of interest or whatever. What's so great about that is Edward Norton's character, who is, of course, revealed to be Tyler Durden in the story. He is giving you clues that he has multiple personalities all through that movie. If you know what you're looking for, that is a spectacular film. Fight Club is on the level of the first Matrix film for me. It was very similar to the first Matrix film, and that it was just such a mind blow. The first time you see it. Now, multiple personalities. That's almost a TV trope now. It's like every TV show now has a reveal. Oh, there was actually no one there. It was multiple personalities the whole time. Like, Fight Club did that first, and it did it best. And that's never going to change. That's it. Yes. I am Jack's complete lack of hope. By the way, Kirk for the win. Thank you, Staff Fury. Well said. I've been replaying the Halo trilogy, the Master Chief Collection, to get Buttface out of my head. That would be Paul Schreiber, the star of Paramount Plus's disgusting Halo TV show, which is complete trash, garbage, stupid people writing stupid content, and that no one sees. That no one sees. And so I'm playing the original Master Chief in the original Klingon, and there's this great moment in Halo 2 when there is a bomb on a space station orbiting Earth, and you beat all these aliens, you beat all the elites and the grunts, and you get to the bomb before it's about to blow up, and you stop the bomb, right? And then you get a radio from Lord Admiral Hood, which that is just such a badass name for an admiral in a space navy. But Lord Admiral Hood radios Cortana and Chief and says, "Hey, we got a big problem, Chief. You got to get back here." And we've got a big dreadnought. It's tearing up our fleet. And then Chief is like, "Belay that." And he says, "I got a different idea." And Cortana's like, "What are you doing, Chief?" He's like, "I'm going to give the Covenant back their bomb." I'm like, yes, that's so awesome. And he opens the bay doors, and he's about to basically launch himself into space with the bomb the Covenant had tried to use to blow up the Earth, the shore battery. It's basically an orbital battery, right? And Cortana's like, "But Chief, what if you miss?" And Master Chief's answer is perfect. It's exactly what he should be. It's just, "I won't." Yes, that is what Buttface can never achieve in Paramount Plus. In Paramount Plus, if she had asked him that question, he'd be like, "Well, I don't know. Mom said I always missed things, and I don't know if I can hit that Covenant dreadnought or not, Cortana. I wish you were here." And it's like, that's what the Paramount Plus Master Chief would do. So yeah, it's very nice to see just a man. Like an adult soldier man. Just answer questions curtly, succinctly, without friendliness, without emotion. Just, "I won't." Yes, Master Chief. Ah, that's so good. A hero never misses, says Staff Fury. What's so interesting is, like, when you play a game like Halo, right? It's all, you as the player it's all show don't tell, right? Because well, depending on the game, I guess. But in the case of Halo, you are experiencing the story mostly without the protagonist speaking, for the most part. And what's so interesting is I contemplated the fact that Master Chief just grinds his way through these flood-infested hellholes to just deliver victory, right? And I just thought about, like, part of why he is what he is because what human mind could endure waves and waves and waves of these hideous, awful, parasitic creatures attacking you over and over and over? Who could just trudge their way through that without complaint all the way to the end, never mentally cracking, right? Well, a 7-foot-tall, cybernetically enhanced super soldier could do that, a.k.a. the Spartans, a.k.a. Master Chief. That's what he is. Now, why can't the writers of the Paramount Plus series see that? Why can't they see that that's what he is? Write a series about that. You know what I mean? So anyway, well, we'll get into it. Hey, how about a warm-up? Have you seen that? I want to show you this. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Here we go. Sydney Sweeney has a brutally honest response to Madam Web's very poor box office. It's at about, what did it hit? It hit about 78 million, I think is what, 80 million, I think it's sitting at. Where was it? I think it's in this article because, yeah, it's approximately, it's grossed about 80 million on a budget of slightly less than $100 million. Okay. Which basically means it needs like minimum 200 million to break even. A lot more than that, really, because it's got to hit like 200, 300 million because it's got to cover the marketing and all that. So anyway, I'm not going to play more than just a tiny snippet of this because they are Yahtzees about this, the SNL crowd. But anyway, hang on. I got to mute it. Oh,
when Barbara switched to TurboTax?
I broke 4 generations.
Hang on. Bear with me, chat. I waited through the ad just for you, but it still played another one. Such a pain. Folks, Madam Web is absolutely going down in flames. It is an absolute disaster. 80 million, yeah, needs to make at least 200 million. That's according to Screen Rant, but they're soft pedaling it. That it needs to make a lot more than that. Okay, here we go. Hang on. I even had it queued to the right spot. Folks, okay, pause. I just want for the record, last stream, we were talking about Sydney Sweeney, okay? Who you cannot tell that she's a beautiful woman. When you watch Madam Web, she is supposedly, she's supposed to be playing a high school teenager, so fair. That's such a weird choice, though. It's like, just make her well, they're barely legal. As Gary at Nerdrotic, but they're supposed to be like barely legal. Anyway, my point is the actual actress is gorgeous and she looks frumpy and awful in the movie. Folks, this is the woman that Starfury would not allow to play.
Thank you very much.
This is the woman Starfury would not allow to play in the D&D game. I'm like, Starfury, listen to me. Like, we have to make exceptions must be made. But anyway, let's see if I could get to the part. I just want to play what she says about Madam Web.
My name is Sydney Sweeney.
Mm-hmm.
You might have seen me in Anyone But You or Euphoria. You definitely did not see me in Madam Web. But
there it is. There it is. I think that's freaking great. See, good for Sydney Sweeney to have a real sense of humor about it. Frankly, I think Dakota Johnson has a pretty good sense of. I love that, like, Dakota Johnson, you can't tell if she's doing that kind of Matt Walsh dry wit thing whenever she's in an interview and she's like, I guess it's a standalone. It's whatever. You know, it's like, is she memeing or is she serious? You can't really tell. You know, she's got this detached. I think she's joking. I think she's having fun with it. So anyway, yeah, Madam Web, huge disaster, hilarious. Even the actors know. Meanwhile, let me show you this. New tab. Hang on. There it is. This from Variety. Dune 2 jolts box office with a mighty $81.5 million debut. Folks, think about this for a second. Dune has like what? Like a 4-day opening. Madam Web had a 6-day opening. In 4 days, Dune 2 has already beaten Madam Web's like total box office worldwide. It's in like 4 days. It's like, bam, 4 days. It's already been, and frankly, this one's a bit of a, it's hard to know if this one's going to do well because it's genre science fiction. Is it going to hold up? I don't know. I'm going to love it, but you never do know. But in any case, Dune Part 2 is riding those massive sandworms all the way to the top of box office charts. Director Denis Villeneuve, his big budget sequel, has collected $81.5 million in its domestic debut and delivered a mighty necessary jolt for struggling movie theaters. Yes, dear author of this article, that's what happens when adults who are professionals make movies, not woke, crazy, ideological wackos. Open quote, "It's the biggest opening weekend of the year and the largest since last October's Taylor Swift concert film, The Eras Tour, $93 million last year." Oh, God, I don't want to live in a world. I don't want to live in a world where Taylor Swift concerts in film, in theaters, are making more money than Dune. You know what I mean? I don't want to live in that world, okay? Screw Hollywood. Let them burn. But we have got to save film. We have got to save film. We cannot let it go the way of the dinosaur. Even though it is. Open quote, "This is an outstanding opening for a science fiction sequel," says David A. Gross of movie consulting firm Franchise Entertainment Research. I'm sure their advice is very valuable. "Audiences are connecting with these human, vulnerable characters." We gave them humans in this one. We gave them humans. Unlike in Madam Web, where we get this psychopathic EMT who you saved my daddy. My daddy was gonna die, and I drew this picture for you to thank you for saving his life. And she's like, "Get away from me, kid. That's weird. I don't accept autographs in the hospital. I don't accept autographs." I'm like, what is this? And then you've got like a She-Hulk. "Oh yeah, there's a hot babe over there. I'm gonna go talk to it." It's like, for a change, we decided to write human characters for you. Do you like it, audience? Is it cool? So stupid. So anyway, Dune is crushing it. Dune is doing great. I have serious FOMO. The FOMO is real. But the good news is it did give me time to just plunge into Shogun episodes 1 and 2. Folks, you got to be watching this. You have got to be watching. You've got to be watching Shogun. It's glorious. It's absolutely glorious. So we'll get it. Let me catch up on some of the chat. See where, yes, Staff here, he says, "Sydney Sweeney has only 2 points she can emphasize." Oh, geez, Star Fury. That's a very... that's just not a very modern sensibility on your part, Star Fury. Fu Man Blue says they are quality points, though, mate. I'm not putting that one up. I wouldn't kick her. I don't know. I'm not going to... You know what though, Star Fury? Look. Men and women, we should have sometimes, not always, we should sometimes have our own things, our own places. I used to think, the movie Titanic, right, with Billy Zane, and he's playing Hockley, who's he's this odious, greedy, patriarchal, industrial titan of the industrial age, and he's just this ogre, he's this brute, and he kind of sneers at Jack Dawson, Leonardo DiCaprio's character. He's like, "Oh yes, we're retiring to the brandy room for smokes and brandy. It'll all be politics and things. It won't interest you, just looking down his nose at him." And I'm just thinking, but when I first saw that, that's so terrible. That's so terrible that only the men go to the brandy room for smokes and brandies. And I'm thinking, well, in theory, if women want to be there, fine. But what's wrong with that? We want to go hang out, smoke cigars, talk politics in the brandy room. I just don't think that's so evil these days. It's not. There's nothing wrong. Women have baby showers and other things. I'm not saying it has to be a baby shower, but I don't want to go to a baby shower. I don't feel like it's rude for women to not invite me to a baby shower. It doesn't bother me at all. So, what's wrong with a brandy room? That's all I'm saying. Staff here, he says, the sad thing is film theaters need other revenue streams other than movies to stay alive. So we're going to have to accept the concert movies and sports events are going to drive cinema profits. Now, I don't know the theater business well, like that is the brick and mortar theater business, as well as like super well. But my feeling is that theater companies like Cinemark and AMC, they need to start flexing. They need to start negotiating with these film companies and putting pressure on them. Like, if your film doesn't perform, we reserve the right to pull it. And yeah, if one little theater company tries to rattle their saber, they're not going to get anywhere because those big companies will just crush them. They'll just crush them. And there was like a little mom and pop theater in my hometown. They only had 2 screens and they could run just a couple of movies, and they barely could stay in business. And they had to fight tooth and nail just to get the copy of the film that was like the latest film, and they had to charge whatever the film company wants them to charge, and they had no choice because they couldn't keep their doors open otherwise. They were practically a charity business. And so I get that, but I'm saying like a few of these theaters, they need to start banding together and using their muscle to say, hey, Universal, hey, Disney, we're going to reserve per our contract with you this many screens. However, if this thing's a bomb, if this thing's a loser, we reserve the right to pull it and put something else in there. Godzilla -1 gets more theaters then. And that's how it should go. But if they don't speak up for themselves, they're just going to go out of business. I don't understand why they don't. I guess maybe they're owned by the film companies, a lot of them. Maybe, I don't know who owns Cinemark. Maybe it's one of them. It's possible. It's possible. I did see something really funny. I'm still kind of in the warm-up phase of the stream. So I thought I would share this with you, my dear sailors and starnauts. This is one of the best things I have ever seen, and it's a new channel. It's a new up and coming channel. So here we go. Hat tip to Two Doomed Men. Check out their channel. I'll just let it play.
Here we find ourselves squarely in the clusterfuck of a... Hi, Alex Jones here. We find ourselves squarely in the clusterfuck of a lifetime, otherwise known as the Battle of Helm's Deep. The odds are stacked against our heroes as the army of Saruman, the George Soros of Middle-earth, surrounds the ancient fortress. A senior citizen with a bow accidentally looses an arrow and headshots one of these demon mongrels in the front line of this goblin-adjacent army that represents total globalist control. I, for one, admire senior citizens, but as we age, we tend to lose focus and energy, which is why we've developed Brainforce Ultra, which is now 47% off at InfoWarsStore.com. Okay, fast forward, and now you've got these stupid sons of bitches scaling the walls and threatening to usurp the resolve of our beloved companions.
These stupid sons of bitches trying to scale the walls. It's so great. If only Alex Jones had been a co-author to Tolkien. You know what I mean?
Now take 2 deep breaths and imagine you're standing next to Gimli and Legolas as orcish brutes descend upon you. I don't know about you, but this makes me want to pick up an oversized warhammer and just start smashing sternums. I'm an American, so...
Oh, that's so amazing. That's just the best. Oh my God, that is one of the best things I've ever seen. I feel like there was more, though. Yeah, so hat tip to Dune Men. Is this are they they are the originators of this, I think. I don't know. Maybe they just put it on their podcast. Hopefully that's the origin of it. Anyway, I just thought that's freaking hilarious. It's like, I don't know about you, but it makes me want to pick up a warhammer and start smashing stirrups. By the way, so I caught that on, like, I think Gary played it on the Nerdrotic Nooner or something, and I don't know who played it, but everyone was trying to place what's the song on that track. It's a remix of a song from it's a Hans Zimmer song, and it's from a Christopher Nolan movie, and they were guessing Interstellar. They're guessing all. I knew instantly what it was because it's one of my favorite Hans Zimmer pieces of all time. It's called Time. The name of the track is Time, and it's from the Inception soundtrack. It's the very last. It's in the denouement of the film when Leo's character is coming home. That is the song that's playing when the little top is spinning. So, yes, it's a magnificent track. Magnificent. Yep, that's exact. Yes, Star Fury points out, I love that video so much. Alex Jones could voice over anything. It is so funny, though. And he's like, and you got all these goblin-adjacent bastards that they represent the total globalist agenda. That's so fantastic. Sauron. Dude, but if you've ever seen, what's that guy? He's like a real-life Bond villain, Schwab. What's his name? It's, is it Charles Schwab? I'm trying to remember his name. Who is he? He's the World Economic Forum guy. Klaus, that's it. Klaus Schwab. Just one of the evilest men I've ever seen. He should be petting a cat and talking about a death ray. He's so evil. I'm thinking, that's Sauron, right? That's Sauron. Yeah, absolutely. So, Wrangler says, I've been trying to join your Gilded, but it keeps telling me that the invite has expired. Have I not? I have not updated it. That is my fault, Wrangler. That is my fault. I will send something in the Discord for that. So I'm not doing much with the Gilded. I'm just trying to get the Discord going, Trying to get this channel moving. I've been editing videos today, so Wrangler said, that's it. I want Alex Jones to be the voice of my audiobook. Well, you could do worse. It's interesting. He is good at telling a story. Like, that's one of his real strengths. He's very good at telling a story in an entertaining way. So let's talk a little Shogun. So I'm watching. So if you don't know, Shogun is based, it's on FX, on Hulu. It's based on the novel. I think it came out in the 70s, I want to say. And I don't know if I think they did a film adaptation before. And it stars Hiroyuki Sanada, who was in The Last Samurai. He's been in lots of great stuff. He was in John Wick Chapter 4. He was brilliant in that as the, what would you call it? The concierge, not the concierge, but the owner of the Osaka Continental, which is interesting too, because Sanada plays the protagonist in this show, Lord Yoshi Toranaga, who is the Lord of Osaka in 1600, the year 1600 Japan. So I've never read the book. I haven't seen the original film. So I'm just going into this totally new. And a couple of things right off the bat. It's a complex story, but it moves with excellent pace, and it kind of orbits around the character of, and it's a brilliant name for a character, by the way, John Blackthorne. John Blackthorne, played by Cosmo Jarvis, and he has a voice like this. He's got this low, manly English accent. His name is, I'm John Blackthorne, and I'm here as a merchant of trade here in Japan, in the Japani Islands. Just the guy, the actor who plays him, Cosmo Jarvis, plays John Blackthorne. This guy is amazing. He is amazing as a man, 1600s era Englishman. Fantastic. There's another great actor in this. There's so many. Like, the talent in this show is unreal. I'm talking about the acting talent specifically. Unreal. Yoshi Toranaga, there's only 2 episodes live so far. Only 2 episodes live. He is brilliant. Yoshi Toranaga, excellent character, played by Hiroyuki Sanada. He's such an interesting character right off the top, because at first you don't really know kind of what his motivations are. Is he power hungry? Is he trying to rule Japan and overthrow the system, or is he actually a good man? You really can't tell until like about middle of the second episode, and that's not because it's because his character is playing things so close to the vest, because he's playing this game. There's a great line in it about how everyone in this Japanese feudal system, this is a what is he? I think he's a Spanish character or a Portuguese character who is telling this to the main character, John Blackthorne. He's telling him, like, in this land, every man has 3 hearts. A heart in his mouth, which is the heart that he shows to the world, a heart in his chest, which he reserves for his friends and those he loves, and a heart that's like deep down that nobody ever sees. And what's so great about it is all these characters exemplify that. So the story begins with the ship, their John Blackthorne's ship, which is it's a Dutch vessel populated by Dutchmen, and they are trying to find Japan. Nobody knows where it is except the Spanish and the Portuguese. The Spanish and the Portuguese found Japan, and they have closely guarded the secret of its whereabouts, which is a fantastic setup for the story, by the way. And basically, the English and the Dutch are trying to find it so that they can compete and open up a trade route and horn in on Spain and Portugal's, treasure trove as they see it. So John Blackthorne is a pilot, a navigator who has been given letters of marque by the Queen of England to that would be Gustav here, right? The English, and he has been given letters of marque as a privateer to loot and pillage any Portuguese or Spanish forts that he finds on the way to finding the Japanese island, or as they say in this show, the Japani Islands. Well, when we start up the show, John Blackthorne's character, and by the way, this is a masterclass in showing, not telling. This is stuff Dave Filoni's not capable of, by the way, just not capable of writing like this. But it is based on a novel, so there's that. But I suspect there's a lot of excellent talent in the TV writer's room as well, because this is not easy to adapt for TV. But in any case, especially with this many characters, so John Blackthorne has looted and pillaged and stolen all kinds of shit on his way to Japan, and he has stolen what they call a rudder, which is like a secret logbook that has all of the routes to Japan. And so Blackthorne has found this and stolen it, and he is on his way, but he's failed, like he's hit a bunch of problems. There's been storms at sea, and so this is all in backstory, and it's slowly explained. This is all in the backstory when we open on the beginning. Hang on, cough button for a second. And so where we are at is what was once a fleet of Dutch ships is now one ship that had like 300 men. It's now down to 12, and they're all starving and dying of scurvy, including John Blackthorne, and it's pretty much like they're not going to make it. But as luck would have it, they managed to just barely come crashing into the Japanese coast, barely alive, and the Japanese samurai find them. Well, this is sort of one half of the story. The other half of the story is Sanada's Lord Yoshi Tanaga. Let me make sure I'm pronouncing it right. Toranaga. Lord Toranaga has been summoned to Osaka, the palace, where he is to account for himself, because the last shogun, that's roughly analogous to the king of Japan. Well, the last shogun has passed away, and this has left a power vacuum. And the Shogun, before he died, left instruction, because he does have an heir. He has a male heir, but his male heir is too young. He's still a teenager. He's not trustworthy as a ruler. So until his teenage heir comes of age, the Shogun's dying wish was that 5 Japanese lords would have equal shares in managing the affairs of Japan until the new heir can take his rightful place as Shogun. But the problem is, even though this has maintained a peaceful balance of power and prevented a civil war and a war of succession, all is not well below the surface, because essentially one of the leader of these regents, Lord Ishida, is angling to take over. And he has summoned Toranaga to the palace because he is accusing Toranaga of attempting to do the same. He's accusing Toranaga of having increased his lands, having married, created a bunch of arranged marriages in his court to gain power and influence throughout Japan. And so what's happening is Toranaga has been called to the castle in Osaka, and he's basically a prisoner while they decide whether or not it's off with his head. And they're going to hold a vote, the regents, and basically everyone knows it's a done deal. They will vote to kill him. The only ace in the hole that Toranaga has is that he just so happened to have I think she is, who is the character? I forget the name, but she's essentially equivalent to like the Queen Mother. And she's a very prominent lady in the Japanese hierarchy, who just so happens to have been, I think it's the mother of the heir. I think that's who it is. I think it's the mother of the Shogun's heir who is giving birth to another baby. And she is brought into Toranaga's castle. Well, this is basically insurance for Toranaga, because while she's there, she's kind of a hostage. And he says, oh no, she's just a guest in my palace while she gives birth. I'm not holding her hostage. And like, bullshit. You know that she's a hostage because until she's released, we can't kill you. It's fascinating. It's like, man, this is one hell of a brutal society. So it's like, it's a better Game of Thrones than Game of Thrones. Like, it's unbelievable to me that we do not have like more stories about feudal Japan, because it's like, holy shit, man, this is great. So anyway, this is all kind of the setup. So Toranaga is over a barrel, because as soon as he releases his not hostage, he's done for. And Ishida's going to have him beheaded, and that's the end of that. And we kind of get the feeling Ishida's going to take over. However, the arrival of the Dutch ship and John Blackthorne throws a wrench in the gears, because the Catholic Portuguese and Spanish have been dominating Japan. This now opens up the possibility that the English and Dutch Protestants can now challenge their power. This, if Toranaga gets control of this guy, John Blackthorne, he now has a new card to play in the court. So that's pretty much where the first 2 episodes get us, right? Now, that I know that's very complicated, but what's kind of amazing is that this show has an enormous amount of complexity. It's incredible to me how they are able to carefully unravel all of these details in a way that keeps the tension, keeps the suspense. You're always kind of interested. I'm kind of amazed there's not more like sword fights. There are sword fights, and but they're very gritty, grounded. They're kind of terrifying. They're fast and they're lethal. It's like if someone draws their sword, like it ain't gonna be pretty, right? It's not this glorious kind of drawn out samurai duel. It's like when a sword comes out, ugly things are about to happen. So it's gritty, it's raw, it's fantastic. But even with as kind of subtle as the sword fights and the violence are, it's actually the threat of violence in the show that keeps the suspense going. It keeps the clock ticking all the time. You're constantly nervous about what's going to happen to John Blackthorne. You're constantly nervous about what's going to happen to Toranaga. And it's mostly just characters speaking to each other. Man, that takes talent to write that way. But the story is just building. I can tell this one's going to be a slow burn, and I'm hoping it's going to be just explosive as hell by the end. But I'm loving it. I'm absolutely loving it. It's on the level of like a House of the Dragon. If you enjoyed House of the Dragon, you'll love this show. You'll love this show. It's very classic feudal palace intrigue, drama, and just intensity. But one of the dynamics I love the most of that I love the most about it is John Blackthorne, right? Now he's this Englishman, and he is just max English bravado. He's like, damn these Catholic scum. I'm John Blackthorne, and I'm here to treat with you, in your land. And he kind of blunders his way into this deadly world of feudal. He has no idea how much danger he is in, minute to minute to minute. And at first, I had a thought, because you know what he's like. Now, stick with me on this, okay? When John Blackthorne shows up in Japan, he's actually a lot like the character of Morfydd Clark's Galadriel in Rings of Power. Okay? Stick with me on this. Stick with me. You know how Morfydd Clark's Galadriel, girl boss in Rings of Power, every new place she goes, she just yells at people, she threatens people, she insults people, and she demands things. I demand. Well, what's funny about it is John Blackthorne, when he first shows up, he's the same way. He's at the mercy of these samurai, and he's demanding things on, he's like, well, damn you, you savage dogs. How dare you treat me so? And I'm thinking, like, this guy's gonna get himself killed. Like, he's stupid. Now, as I'm watching this, I thought, now, why is it, though? Why is it that I like this character, but I don't like Galadriel in that version, aside from the fact that it's a total rewrite of the character? Let's just leave that aside. Let's just take it in isolation. And obviously, we know what the blue hairs would say. Well, obviously, you are a cis white male, and you are part of the patriarchy, and you hate women, and you don't like women in anything, and you like it that he is a man doing man things, but if a woman does that, you hate her. And that would be their explanation of why I'm enjoying his character, and I considered it. I'm like, well, are the blue-haired wackos right about this? You know what I mean? Look, I am nothing if not curious. Your captain is nothing if not charitable to the opposite opinion. By the way, we the curious, we do actually put ourselves in their shoes and think, let me think, how would a blue hair think? You know what I mean? So, like, we know more about their actual opinions than they know about ours. But anyway. And I thought about this. I challenged myself on this. Is it possible that I have a bias towards a male character acting like an ogre, a brute, and letting him slide on it? Well, then I realized, here's the difference, though. Here is the difference, my dear audience. John Blackthorne gets his ass kicked. He gets his ass kicked. Like, literally, there's a moment in which John Blackthorne is at the mercy of this samurai, and he plays it polite at first. He's like, I am John Blackthorne I am here on behalf of the English crown. And I don't think he says English crown. He's claiming to be I am a humble merchant, and I peacefully, politely, respectfully, sir, request to treat with your feudal lord, and I request to open trade relations with my queen. And the samurai is like, what the hell is this ugly barbarian devil saying? And he's like, I can't understand what he's saying. God, he's ugly. What the hell is this thing? Meanwhile, John is saying, oh, these ugly barbarians. It's so funny because the Japanese think the Europeans are ugly barbarians, and the Europeans think the Japanese are ugly barbarians. It's kind of fun, actually. They're both equally racist to each other, which is fantastic, right? And it's so fascinating too, because English and Portuguese and Spanish customs seem uncivilized to the feudal Japanese, but the feudal Japanese seem uncivilized to the English of the Portuguese and the Spanish, which is kind of a really fun element. And by the way, the show is not indicting either side for this. It's just presenting this is the way they were. This is their culture. This is how they saw each other. It's inviting the audience to make up their own mind. But anyway, so John Blackthorne tries to play it a little nice at first, The minute that the samurai shows he's not interested and he's like, screw this savage, John Blackthorne just launches into a tirade. He's like, piss on you, sir. Piss on you and your brutish manners. How dare you? I will piss on you. And well, you know what happens? They smash his face into the mud, and the samurai whips it out and pisses. They hold him down, and the samurai pisses on John Blackthorne's face. And he's like screaming in a rage. He's like, oh, how dare you? And then the samurai's like, we're going to teach you some manners, right? That was the moment when I was like, okay, this is the difference. This is the difference, because if Galadriel walks into, Numenor and starts trying to girl boss her way into their kingdom, somebody is going to piss on her in reality. But that doesn't happen with the girl boss. The girl boss gets to act this way without consequence. That's her problem, right? That's why she sucks, because she gets to do all this shit and also claim to be treated with civility because she's a whammon, right? The difference is when a man like John Blackthorne waltzes into Japan, knows nothing of their society, and starts demanding things and threatening to piss on them, he's the one that gets pissed on. And then one of his men gets boiled alive for his trouble. He has to listen to one of his men die a screaming death being boiled alive because of his insolence. So that's the difference right there. And I'm going to tell you something. That's all it would take for girl bosses to be successful in shows, is if they had to pay the same price. If they paid the same price for their arrogance, and frankly, in an uncivilized society, they'd pay a worse price, let's just face it, we as the audience would respect them. Well, I would say we'd be far more likely to respect them, right? Because they still have to earn it as a character. And I thought what's interesting is, John Blackthorne and some of the other characters in the show, they are like this. They're very nasty and odious, but there's also a side to them that kind of makes us like them. They all have kind of good save the cat moments that draws us into their character. And what's so interesting is, at first I was kind of like most interested in John because he's such a fish out of water character, and that's naturally immediately interesting. But as the second episode unfolded, I suddenly realized, like, dude, Toranaga, he is gonna be the baller character. Like, he is such an excellent, I don't even want to tell you what they kind of reveal about him in the beginning of the second episode, because it changes the way you see him. And I love that. I love that I kind of was thinking one thing about him in the first episode, and then they do a flashback. By the way, this is how you do flashbacks properly, because it added context to the character. And suddenly I'm like, whoa, this character has a lot going on below the surface that you're not seeing. He is a brilliant character. I mean, absolute, like, he's on the level of like I'm not saying same morals, but I am saying like the level of intellect and strategy. He's like a Tywin Lannister. He's just a genius character. And I'm loving it. This show is exquisite. It's exquisite. Like, the cinematography is beautiful. The costumes are regal. They are incredible to look at. The set design is second to none. The period recreation is just, it's a feast. It's an absolute visual and audible feast. It's everything in this show feels handcrafted. The acting is absolutely we're talking, there's like a legion of actors in this show, like a legion. It's incredible to me how every single one of them is interesting, male and female, because there are women characters in this that are brilliant. They play their own little game of palace intrigue. There's such a fascinating dynamic where there are converts to Catholicism among the Japanese people. 2 of the Lord Regents have converted to Christianity, and it's created like a totally different political dynamic. It's fascinating. There's such a great scene in which one of the women of the palace, she is tasked with essentially Lord Toranaga has to put an infant to death because he is an heir. He's an illegitimate bastard that is, I don't know if he's illegitimate but basically The wrong two people got together and made a baby, and this has created an heir that can threaten the kingdom, and that's a serious problem. And so Toranaga, and in as deadly of political world as this is, Toranaga basically orders that the infant has to be put to death, which is horrifying, and it is brutal in the extreme. And he orders this to be done, and the character who has to basically carry it out is Toda Mariko. She is an amazing character, and played by a gorgeous actress, by the way, played by absolutely gorgeous Anna Sawai. But Mariko, she basically talks this mother who's clutching her infant and saying, "Listen, this has to be done." It's a blood-curdling scene. It's absolutely blood-curdling, and you're thinking, man, this bitch is cold. This bitch is cold as ice. But then, after the scene, she goes into this other room, Mariko does, after just convincing this woman to give up her infant to be, put to death. Mariko is in another room. She pulls out a Catholic crucifix, and she says, "God, please forgive me." And I was like, whoa, I didn't see that coming. So I'm just telling you, this show is filled with fascinating character reveals, layers. Stormcrow is talking about how good characters have the conscious level, the subconscious level, and the deep-seated level. These characters probably go 4 or 5 levels deep. They're just that rich and complex. Even the supporting ones. Absolutely fantastic. This show, so far, 10 out of 10. 10 bars on the epaulets out of 10. I am loving this show. Redoubt, if you're out there, I would love to do a review stream with you on Tuesdays, maybe. Well, if you're interested. This show's absolutely brilliant, folks. And we have, oh my God, the chat is going absolutely off the chain. Hang on a second. I got chats to get to. Ultimate Kahuna with a $4.99 super chat. A $4.99. Thank you, Ultimate Kahuna. Shogun is a tremendous book. Civilized is relative to what each culture values. I sincerely hope this adaptation does the story justice. Well, if the first 2 episodes are any indication, it's pretty brilliant. It's pretty brilliant. I could just tell you, there isn't even a whiff of modern audiences or just woke bullshit. There is no woke fuckery to be seen anywhere near this show so far. And there are strong, powerful female characters in this, but they are not ridiculous. That's just the difference. They're not ridiculous characters. They are living in this world. They are subject to the rules of this world, which is feudal Japan. Which, let's face it, women are, they've got a situation in that society. But what's so fascinating is they do have power. This is what the wokies miss. They do have power. It's just a different kind of power, and they have to wield it differently because they can't whip out a sword and start chopping heads. That's not what they can do. They're at the mercy of that threat of violence. However, they have power within the castles and within the regimes, and they are able to, in the words of the Ferengi rules of acquisition, whisper their way to success. And it's quite brilliant, and it takes great talent as actors and writers to pull that off, and this show does. And Starfury quite correctly observes, please piss on Morford Clark. And look, I bring this up because John Blackthorne acts like the way that her Galadriel acts in the show in Rings of Power. The difference is he gets pissed on. He gets pissed on. And a lot worse. As the show goes on, it's he's got, and by the way, that's part of what makes his character delightful is that he has to learn. He has to learn to survive before he can even think about, he has a brilliant line in this too. There's such a good line in this when, mild spoiler, but a Japanese lord is asking him, if the Spanish and Portuguese have so much power, it's hopeless for you. There's no way you can beat them. There's no way you can win. Or no, there's no way that you can go up against the Spanish and the Portuguese. The odds are against you. And then John Blackthorne says, unless I win. And I was like, oh, that is a dynamite line. It's so good. All right, Staff Fury with £2 sterling says, sake for everyone. Well, thank you, Staff Fury. Very generous. Wrangler with a $4.20 super chat. And just leaving it on the table. Thank you, Wrangler. Very generous. And, folks. So, Fu Man Blue, listen. Please, only if you got it to spare, my friend, okay? But Fu Man Blue with a $50 Rumble rant says, Hail the Iron Age. Well, thank you, Fu Man Blue. That is so generous. Fu Man Blue on the Rumble side. $50 Rumble rant. You are too generous, sir. It means so much to me that you're here, the donations, that you've stuck with me. Folks, tomorrow will be the 1-year anniversary of the first ever Captain's Cast. Can you believe that? 1 whole year. And by the way, I was thinking about doing like an anniversary stream tomorrow, so let me know in the chat if you'd like me to do that. It's kind of weird to do it on a Monday, but I had this idea of like, oh, I could put together like a best of the Captain kind of thing. And it's like, oh my God, that would take so much time. And I've just got so much going on, but maybe I'll pop in tomorrow and we'll just see what happens, you know? But it gave me pause to reflect that 1 year ago tomorrow, I started this live stream and Fu Man Blue's been there from the beginning. Staff Yuri, Poyo Surf, Tom, all been there from the beginning. And just that alone means the world to me. But to donate like that is truly humbling. And I really, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. I really appreciate it. And my goal is to put on a better show every week. My goal is to beat myself every week, beat the old Captain. And on that note, do I dare show this to you? Do I dare? I mean, it's funny because I don't feel like I've changed very much. I'm the same Captain I've always been, but that's not exactly true, is it? Because I happened to look at, I happened to look at my oldest stream. This was the very first Captain's Cast. Are you ready for this? Hang on a sec. I've probably got, I'm putting, there it is. Here it is. Hang on. Shares. There it is. Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't even bear to look at this. This was how I started my first.
I think we are live. All right. This is a total experiment. This is the Captain's Cast #1. Welcome to Swords and Starships. I am Captain Garrett, and this is essentially a test stream. Let's just see how this live streaming thing goes, shall we?
Oh my God. What a difference a year makes, folks. What a difference a year makes. Should I applaud myself? Yes, I think I will. The Captain will rally. And honestly, I couldn't have done it without you. That would be you, my dear sailors and starnauts. You stuck with me. You gave me a reason to never miss a Sunday. And I did want to do like Sundays and Thursday. I do have plans to eventually make this a multi-day thing. Maybe even do a panel show. I don't know. I have different ideas, but still working on day job stuff. But once I get that squared away, yeah, absolutely. So anyway, Star Fury. Did Galadriel get pissed on by an ice troll? I don't recall, Star Fury. You know, this is the problem. You know, it's like we hear about the patriarchy, right? We hear about the patriarchy. We hear about male privilege, right? Where was the patriarchy and the male privilege? In the trenches of World War I, where young men were being gassed, flamethrowered, machine gunned, starved, infected with their feet rotting off, lice infested for years, stuck in a trench far from their family, dying by the hundreds of thousands in a meat grinder over inches for essentially the last vestiges of European aristocracy, for outdated ideas of honorable combat. Where was the white privilege there? You know, where was the patriarchy to save those young men who died in the trenches of World War I and died in World War II, who bled the ground red at Gettysburg? Where was the patriarchy for those young men that bled the ground red at Gettysburg to end slavery, to end it for all time? So the problem with woke writers is they want to have it both ways. They want to be they want women to be on a pedestal and to have privilege, and they want them to be treated with civility and respect. And they also want those same characters, those same female characters, to be allowed to do anything they perceive, the stereotypes they have in their heads of what men are and how they behave. They want to be able to act as brash and arrogant and brutish as possible with zero consequences. And it's like, sorry, that's not how it's ever worked for men. That's not how the world works. That's why those characters suck. And people that don't understand this dynamic, the writers that cannot write John Blackthorne are not going to be able to write a character like, I hate using this name because it's a Guy Ladriel, not Galadriel. That's Tolkien's character. Tolkien's character. Amazon, Patrick McKay and, Tweedledee and Tweedledum, those two idiots. Leslie Headland. Tolkien's character of Galadriel did not act that way. Your stupid, cheap knockoff played by Morfydd Clark, she's an idiot. She's a moron. These samurai would have beheaded her, and worse, if she mouthed off to them this way. And it's like, that's why you can't write good characters. That's why you write stupid characters, like live action Ahsoka, who is Sabine, just stupid characters. Echo, So anyway, nobody likes your stuff, woke blue-haired weirdos. Nobody likes your shit, and they're never gonna like it. They're never gonna like it because it's not real. Anyway, Captain Rant, unsolicited Captain Rant. The Ultimate Kahuna says, LOL, I prefer my sake chewed up and spit out. Oh, jeez. No, take that. Oh, jeez. I'm on YouTube, Ultimate Kahuna. I gotta be careful, Save that for Rumble, Kahuna. Is it? I did not notice that, Staw Fury. This is the captain's, this is my favorite shirt, actually. I wore my favorite shirt specifically for Shogun. In honor of Shogun, which is brilliant. It's so nice to have the adults back in the room. I can never get over this, because that's really how I see it. When I watch the Marvels and center the camera there. When I watch the Marvels and Echo, it's not so much that it's bad, okay? Because it's one thing for it to be bad, but it's the spoiled sense of entitlement that they have in the media when it's rejected. That's really what this comes from. It's like, okay, at least Sydney Sweeney is owning the fact that Madam Web is a stinker. That's fine. I think that's funny. That's hilarious. That's a good way to handle it. I think it makes her look classy. It makes her look professional. She's a professional. Sydney Sweeney's a professional. And I kind of think Dakota Johnson's a professional. Kind of an odd one, an eccentric one, but she seems to be, if I'm reading her correctly, I think she gets it, right? But you get these other people like Nia DaCosta that want to cry racism. You get these losers like Patrick McKay and J.D. Payne, I think. The writers, I use the term loosely, the writers of Rings of Power. And they want to claim that fans are hateful. You get George R.R. Martin writing his whiny, depressed blog posts about, oh, gee, woe is me. I have so many adoring fans and they all suck. It's like, that's what gets me. It's like, that's when I really am. That's when I get the most critical. Let's just leave it at that. Take your L's is all I'm saying. That's the professional mindset. Yeah, Fu Man Blue. Oh, pack your bags. We're going on a guilt trip. The captain's going on a guilt trip. Fu Man Blue's like, some of us remember the Thursday night cast. I'm just kidding, Fu Man Blue. I know. No, it's, I got a guilty conscience. All right, well, let's see. You know what? Actually, maybe I could get the Thursday thing going again. Actually, I think I could. I think I've got the bandwidth now. I could probably get the Thursday Captain's Cast going. It might have to be later than 1. It might have to be later than 1, which would, Starfury wouldn't like that, not one bit. But we'll see what we can do. We'll see what we can do. Starfury says, where was the patriarchy on the Titanic? I know. You know what's so fascinating, too, is I always used to think that the get the women and children on the lifeboats first. I used to think that was a very common nautical tradition, and that's actually, from what I understand, that's not actually an established nautical tradition, particularly. And a lot of historians look at that as kind of a strange thing, like the idea of we must get the women and children on the boats first. I'm not saying like the idea of it was bad. They're just like, where did that come from? Like, what was the social moray that created that? And there doesn't seem to be a lot of actual precedent for that in nautical maritime tradition of Europe at the time, which I find really interesting because I always just took that for granted. And some people argue that it was one of the officers who said that, and it just became kind of a meme that went around the ship and they just went with it. I would personally argue that maybe it was not like an official social moray or an official tradition of maritime culture at the time. That may be true. But I think it was part of the Western civilization moral ethic. I just think that was natural to Western civilization at that time. It was that the job of men was to protect the women and children. That was their job, and they sacrificed themselves to save their women and children. That was just a Western civilization mindset. And that's the flip side. What they would call patriarchy. Well, the flip side of that was those men went down in those icy waters to save women and children. So, yeah, well, that's white privilege for you. It's like that. I guess they really won the lottery that night. Anyway, a good point. Oh, no. Kahuna, no. You sounded like Theoden for a second. Well, a pale imitation, but dude, Theoden is such a boss. Somebody asked on Mahler's stream, the EFAP stream, like, who is the best character? Who's your favorite character in who's your top 3 in the Lord of the Rings trilogy? And it sort of frustrated me because Mahler sort of took my 3, which was like Theoden and Saruman, and like there was like one other. But actually he didn't say Aragorn. It's so hard. Sam, those were his 3: Theoden, Sam, and Saruman. I'm like, that's a pretty damn good top 3 in Lord of the Rings. And I was like, dude, it's hard not to say Theoden. I love Theoden as portrayed by the actor. I forget his name. It just totally escaped. He also played the captain in Titanic, which was also a great role for him. Yeah, that's a good point, Starfury. I shouldn't clash with Critical Drinker on Thursday. But listen, the weekdays, there's always somebody, because you got the Nerdrotic Nooner on Wednesdays. You've also got Film Threat has 2 streams. You've got Midnight's Edge on Mondays. I wouldn't clash with the Drinker, though, because I'd be doing it later in the day, I think. So it'd probably be in the afternoon or evening, I'm thinking, if I do Thursdays now, because I just got things going on in the early part of the day. But anyway, who would be my favorite in Lord of the Rings? I would probably say, oh, that's right. You know what? I totally forgot. Mahler said his favorite was Boromir. And I was like, oh, he totally took mine, because Boromir as played by Sean Bean he probably is my favorite character in the Lord of the Rings trilogy. I'm serious. Like, I love that character. I love how his story ends in Fellowship of the Ring. It's just so magnificent. Blew me away the first time I saw it. As a matter of fact, I was hanging out on in the chat on a Drink with Crazy stream this morning, and he was making frankly, the somewhat odd case that spoilers don't matter and that they don't actually, like, if you can't enjoy a film having, how did he put it? He said, if you can't enjoy it after having it spoiled, if you can't enjoy a film the second time just as much as the first time, then it's not a good film. Now, I am fine with people who say spoilers don't bother them. I don't understand that. But it's fine. Different strokes for different folks. But what Crazy was saying, what Royce was saying was, like, very specifically that if you cannot watch a film like 10 times and every single time it's as good as the very first time, then it's not a good movie. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I disagree with that. I've seen The Matrix, for example. I've seen The Matrix hundreds of times. That film, I've seen it hundreds of times. It's one of my favorite films of all time. Okay? It's a perfect film. In my view, the first Matrix film is a perfect film. And that's rare. Yeah, I can count on one hand how many films I consider basically technically perfect in terms of storytelling. And nothing will ever compare, though, to the first time I saw that movie. The first time I saw it, I had no idea what I was in for. I saw that movie in theaters. What was I, like 14 at the time, I think? And at the time, the advertising for The Matrix, folks, it was great. It was so good because they did not give away the plot. They did not give it away. All you saw was like Keanu Reeves doing this weird bullet time thing. And you heard these cool lines like, do you want to know what the Matrix is? Unfortunately, no one can be told. They can only be shown. And it just built up all this curiosity in this. And you're like, what is it? What is it? You know, believe me, the whole campaign for the Matrix in that, when it came out, that was what the whole campaign was built around. The Matrix has you. What is the Matrix? That was it. And you would not believe. And by the way, those special effects, nobody had ever seen anything like that before. Now you can practically get a bullet time filter on your TikTok videos. It's no big deal. But when the Matrix came out, like that effect of Keanu Reeves dodging the bullets, nobody had seen anything like that. The trailers were stunning. It was like, whoa, what is this movie? Okay. So you go into the movie, and I remember that my dad had seen it already, and he said, have you seen The Matrix? I was like, no, I haven't seen it yet, Dad. And he's like, well, I can't tell you what The Matrix is. You have to be shown. And I was like, oh my God, I'm so curious. I saw that movie, okay? The whole movie, I'm trying to figure out what the hell, you know, Agent Smith comes in there. We've had our eye on you for some time, Mr. Anderson. And I kind of had this feeling like, dude, just give him what he wants. Just Neo, just give him what he wants, right? But then Neo's like, screw you. You can't scare me with this Gestapo crap. I know my rights. And he's like, so I'm going to give you the finger, you know, and I want my phone call. And dude, I was like, right on, brah. Like, that's how it's done right there. And then Agent Smith says, the great liner is like, well, Mr. Anderson, what good is a phone call if you're unable to speak? And I'm like, huh? And then you see his lips get sewn shut, and it was horrifying. It was horrifying. And they put this worm in his belly, but oh my God, what is that? And I'm thinking, what in the holy hell is going on? What is going on in this movie? I was like, you know, then it keeps unspooling, right? It keeps unraveling. Trinity drops a clue. Morpheus drops a clue. And then that moment arrives when he wakes up from the Matrix, and I'm like, what? Where the hell is he now? What's he doing in this goo bath? Where is he? How did they transport him to this new place? And then suddenly, and he's looking around and he sees all these people in the goo, and they're all asleep in the goo. And I'm thinking, oh my God, he hasn't moved anywhere. This is where he's always been. His whole life. And then it hit me what the Matrix is. Folks, that moment, it's like one of the most, it's like Luke, I am your father. Like, it's my generation's Luke, I am your father moment in a film. It's so stunning. You can't believe it because it totally flips everything you thought you knew about this movie on its head instantaneously. Now, that only happens once, folks. That happens one time. It can never happen again, ever. And it never has. I enjoy that movie every time I watch it, but I've only ever had that experience one time. One time only. And it's because I had no idea until the penny dropped. So my point was, look, the fact of the matter is, that moment of surprise, that moment of not knowing what's going to happen, and then the feeling of surprise, shock, awe, whatever it is, or like delight of like, oh, I figured it out. That moment can only, by its very definition, that can only happen one time ever. It's a one-time only event. That's why we want new things. That's why we want new movies, because as much as we may love an old movie, we can never do Battlestar Galactica. That's another one. 24, that's another one. Like, I wish I could watch those series again for the first time, because the first time that Pegasus shows up with the Galactica, it's the best thing ever. You're just like, oh my God, another Battlestar survived the Cylon attack. It's like, wow. And I can never have that experience again. And that's fine. So what I'm saying is, the Drink with Crazy is dead wrong about this. Anyway, and the captain is right. So there you go. Thank you, Wrangler. You do a decent Agent Smith. Well, I'm no Hugo Weaving. There's just that man. That man captured lightning in a bottle with that character. He's so good at doing the banality of evil with Agent Smith. It's like, because what sets Agent Smith apart, and I actually think this is why his character sort of goes off the rails in the third Matrix film. Because what made Agent Smith so fascinating and such an interesting villain is, unlike most action movie villains, he's not over the top. He's not larger than life. He actually is like a boring pencil pusher bureaucrat. That's what makes him so interesting and so kind of oddly frightening, because he's got all this power and he's got all this malevolence, but it all comes out in the form of just like just a pencil pusher bureaucrat. You know, it's like one of my favorite moments with him is when he's unwinding. He's just very meticulously unwinding the file. It's like, as you can see, Mr. Anderson, we've had our eye on you for quite some time. You know, it's like he's speaking in this boring DMV voice, yet he's communicating such a nightmarish, surveillance state, police state kind of scenario. And that's why it's so good. Then in the third film, they've got him cackling. They've got him cackling like he's Skeletor. Just, and it's like, that completely throws out exactly why his character's so fascinating. He plays against that stereotype of a villain. So the fact that he becomes that is in my view a sign that the Wachowski brothers, they are a one-trick pony, or sisters now, whatever they are. The Wachowskis, they are a one-trick pony. They had one good film, The Matrix. And I remember talking to a guy at a writer's group who claimed to know that they had totally ripped off that screenplay. I'm inclined to actually believe it. I'm inclined to believe that they somehow stole that screenplay from an unknown writer. I have no evidence for this, no verification, pure speculation, because it just seems to me that they've never been able to write any. I mean, I kind of like Matrix Reloaded and Revolutions, but they're not great films the way the first film is, and that nothing they've produced before or since has been good. Like that. What was the one they did? Oh, the Matrix Regurgitations. Oh, that fourth Matrix film is what trash. What absolute trash that movie is. That is one of the worst films I've ever seen. It was so bad. So anyway, I get girl boss. It was just like Sabine with the Force. Oh, I've got the Force now. Trinity is like, oh, I'm the one now. Why? Because I just am. Because I should have always been. Oh, okay. I see where this is going. So there you go. Staffyari says, the best scene for Agent Smith is his scene with Morpheus when he's tied in the chair and his mask. Oh, yes. And his mask slips. I love that scene. He's like, you humans, you spread to an area, and then you multiply, and you multiply, and you multiply until every natural resource is consumed. And the only way that you can survive is to spread to another area. There is another organism on this planet that follows that pattern. Do you know what it is? A virus. That's right. You humans are a virus, and we are the cure. It's like, that is such a badass villain monologue. I absolutely love it. By the way, Stormcrow, what's so great about that scene, as Starfury points out, is that his mask slips. The conscious layer of the character slips and reveals the deep-seated layer. The deep-seated layer, which is Smith hates humanity and hates being trapped in this, as he puts it, this zoo, this prison, this whatever you want to call it. He hates it, and he's letting it all out. He's abandoning protocol because he's obsessed. He's just obsessed with defeating the humans, because he's such a great character, because his only purpose for existence is to be a monitor of this simulation. And so he's part of the simulation. But he hates that. He hates that he's part of the simulation and wants out of it. But he can't leave the simulation because that goes against what he is. And so he's a fascinating character for so many reasons, sort of philosophically. I love Agent Smith. He's one of the all-time greats. Yeah. Yeah, that was... And look, I've always said, too, that, like, one of the great things about villains is they sometimes are able to in their meanness and their malevolence, they kind of say the quiet part out loud, that sometimes we are tempted to think, or we are thinking, it's like, yeah, we are a virus, they're kind of, there's an element of truth. Just like the best comedy, the best villains have an element of truth, like Heath Ledger's Joker in The Dark Knight. He's got a point when he's sitting there next to Harvey Dent, and Dent is like, "Oh, you murdered Rachel, and this was your plan." And he's like, "Do I look like a man with a plan?" He's like, "I'm a dog chasing cars. I wouldn't know what to do if I caught one." And he's like, "No, the ones that make the plans are, that's all the judges and the police and the politics. They're the ones with the plans. They're the ones that are sending all the troops to die and all this stuff. I am just, I'm just showing people what's there, and I think there's a lot to that. It's very compelling, He's evil and he's maniacal, but he's got a point, so it's funny. I love that character, brilliant character, and every good Joker must also be a funny character. So let's talk about, let's do now for something completely different. I've got so much of the stack of stuff. Where do I even go next? Where do I even go? Let's do Grizzy Shills. But before, we have to tee up the Grizzy Shills, because I have a story for you, my dear sailors and starnauts, that you will want this news. Okay? Now, this from Cosmic Circus, and hat tip, Ryan Cannell, the angriest man on the internet, who found this story, and I am borrowing this story as well for my stream. First report: The Mandalorian and Grogu is a working title. Okay, cool. We know that. We knew that The Mandalorian and Grogu, but this is the real deal. Okay, the possible title of the Rey Star Wars film is out. Okay. Quote, "There's been a lot of speculation about the name of the upcoming Rey-focused Star Wars film. Many outlets continue to refer to it as I did in the first sentence. However, others have called it New Jedi Order or even A New Beginning. Looking around in preparation for this report, there seemed to be no consensus about the name of the film, which Star Wars News spoke on. In their article, they said that a name hasn't been officially decided on, but a Reddit post linked the name as Star Wars: A New Beginning. According to our own sources, we can confirm that A New Beginning is indeed the name of the film. More specifically, our sources stated that the film is Star Wars Episode 10, A New Beginning, with the working title being New Jedi Order. Now let's pause for just a second here. Now, this is a rumor. This is the internet. We have to take it with a big, healthy grain of salt. We just have to. So I'm not saying I think this is absolutely true, but let's just take this at face value. They've got a source that says the working title of the new Star Wars film starring Daisy Ridley about Rey is Star Wars Episode 10, A New Beginning. First of all, if they truly are going to make this a saga film, as in 10, this is the 10th film, I tend to doubt that that's real. I mean, that's a level of hubris. That is a level of total arrogance and delusion that even for the likes of Kathleen Kennedy, even for the likes of the Lucasfilm Story Group, that strains my credulity. That strains credulity even for... They can't possibly be that stupid. They couldn't be. So I'm inclined to just on the law of large numbers principle, I am inclined to think that's not likely to be true, other than as a working. Like, they might refer to it as episode 10 in the writer's room, but they're not really going to name it that. But let's just assume that that's not the case, but it is named A New Beginning. Folks, have you ever heard a more ChatGPT title for a movie like ever? Like ever? A New Beginning? That's your title? Dude, I mean, the level of not creative that is. I know. I'm going to title my next book, Blood and Oak, A New Beginning. It's so stupid. I mean, it's... The funny thing is, right, even 2 years ago, if I read this, 2 years ago, if Ryan Kinnell, the angriest man on the internet, were telling me that were I would have rolled my eyes. I would have been like, okay, Kinnell, you've jumped the shark here. Let's simmer down there. Simmer down there, Kinnell. Nobody thinks this is a real title. Nobody thinks they're really going to title it a ChatGPT generated title of A New Beginning, which, by the way, ChatGPT, give me 10 results. 10 results. Title the new Rey film for me. That would be the very first one it spit out, was A New Beginning. Okay, great. And they didn't even bother to look for the next 9. They just, okay, we'll take that one. That is such a boring, stupid title. I would not have believed it. But folks, we're not in the year 2022 or 2021. We're in the year 2024. We have already had Echo, Ahsoka, Secret Invasion, The Mandalorian Season 3, Boba Fett. I mean, we have had so much shoved through the sewer pipe of Disney, the sewer pipe of the DCU, the Flash, Blue Beetle, so much, just an incalculable amount of garbage that is stunning to look at. I kind of think, these Madam Web, I mean, come on, is this really that much of a stretch? Like, I'm inclined to think, man, I mean, I didn't used to think this, but these are dumbass people, man. This is possible. Like, this is possible. That's the thing. That's the thing I can't believe. It's like, I wouldn't be surprised. Dude, you could have 3 months. You could have 3 months of every teaser on YouTube, every Instagram post, every Twitter getting ratioed with the Lucasfilm account getting ratioed with, oh my God, that's the dumbest title ever. The internet could be united. The internet could be united on how stupid of a title that is. And these brainlets at Lucasfilm would still march forward with this title. It's like, I'm inclined to think this is true. I really am, because that's how low my opinion of their IQ is at this point. And it took a lot of evidence. It took a lot of evidence for me to get there, because I just would not have believed this 2 years ago, because I would have thought even a broken clock is right twice a day. Folks, these idiots that release all this garbage, they have a lower batting average than a broken clock. Think about that. Statistically speaking, they should have had one hit in 2 years of like shows and movies and all this. Like, not one. They haven't connected with one in 2 years. It's unbelievable. That's like everything they do, everything Disney touches turns to crap. Everything Marvel touches turns to crap. Everything that Lucasfilm touches, crap. They learn nothing. They learn nothing. Well, there's only one conclusion, folks. Yeah, I mean, there's either you're really bad at making movies, or like we got to consider mental capacity. I'm just saying. Now, That being said, the executives may be idiots, but is it possible that there is some intelligence somewhere? I mean, let's find out from the shills. Let's find out from the shills, because as you know, Grizzy1989 is a brilliant YouTuber who is doing the Lord's work. He is performing a service to humanity. And that service is he goes and finds all of these shills who have nothing but the most fawning, slavish, slobbering devotion to all things Disney. And they have nothing but praise for the likes of Ahsoka and Secret Invasion and Loki. And they just vomit, they regurgitate all this praise, and it makes me sick. But Grizzy, you know, like a good mortician, he's doing the thing that nobody else wants to do. He goes and curates all these shills, and he records them in the annals of internet history for posterity. So let's see what they have to say. I have not seen this video. I saved it for you, my dear sailors and starnauts. Loading it up now. Make sure I throw a like on that video. I always throw a like on creators I appreciate. You know, it's just the polite thing to do. Here we go. Take it away, Grizzy. And actually, let me jump in the chat real quick first. See if I got anything. Stop Fury says, the left doing what it does best. Oh, geez. Stop Fury. Oh my God. That's why he's the master gunner, folks. Star Fury's out there, folks. You just got to watch out. Yeah, Boom and Blue. The next Star War, as the next Star War looms, a looming star. Do we need to get the oral knots video again? The Ahsoka? We might, if we're feeling frisky. But, yeah. All right, Grizzy, take it away.
Now, what we have here is a trio of very unintelligent, woke, pro-Disney Star Wars shills.
It's his voice, man. He's got the best voice ever for roasting shills, because he just sounds like he's pissed. Like he's just pissed, and I love it. But what's so funny though is, like, I love Mahler and Fringy and the boys over there at EFAP. They're great. They're good eggs all. They're more civilized than me. Okay, they are civilized men in an uncivilized time, and they are usually more charitable to the positions of the shills, to the extent one can be. And that they don't always go right for the jugular with, these are woke idiots. Like, these are woke idiots. They're woke. The word woke. What does the word woke mean? Well, it means many things, but most specifically in this case, it means radical left-wing racist Marxist theory in which all of humanity is to be divided and segregated according to race, privilege, sex, sexuality, etc. And all art is to become state-controlled propaganda in service of that ideology. And anyone who dissents is to be discredited, censored, and destroyed. That is what wokeness is. It's sick. It's a malevolent, diseased ideology. It's founded on resentment, negativity, and just the worst traits of humanity. Cough button. And what I appreciate about Grizzy is he just goes right for it. He's like, let's just cut the bullshit, shall we? These are woke shills, and they make me sick.
And they're discussing The Acolyte. More importantly, their previews and predictions for The Acolyte, which is rumored to have a release date of June 5th. And is
I'm actually excited for this one. Here's my prediction, chat. This is my prediction for The Acolyte. I have said that it took a while for me to realize that, I watched Secret Invasion and I'm like, dude, every one of these is like this. Every one of these is going to be like this. I used to sometimes think maybe this one won't be. I thought maybe Ahsoka will be okay to good to mid. It was shocking to me. Every single one of these is like this. Every one of them is worse than the last. I'm here to tell you, I think this is going to be the worst. I think this one, The Acolyte, is going to be the worst D+ series of all. That's a bold prediction because we've got Echo, we've Secret Invasion, we've got a lot of shit to compare it to. I'm telling you, I got a feeling this is going to be the worst thing they've ever done. Just a feeling. That's my prediction. Enter it into the ship's log.
Said to be taking place in the High Republic era 100 years before the Phantom Menace.
Now, so this is 100 years prior to the Phantom Menace.
Yeah.
I've heard 150, I've also heard 200, but we're going to go with 100 years before the Phantom Menace. That's the one I hear the most. Now, as these three begin discussing their previews and predictions for The Acolyte, it becomes obvious almost immediately that these three individuals have no idea what the fuck they are talking about.
Grizzy's on camera. Dude, what about it? That's the first time he's ever been. Applause for Grizzy. That's the great man himself right there.
Fuck they are talking about.
What we've seen in the Skywalker saga is that Jedi have been eliminated and Sith have been sort of like under the radar the entire time. About 100 years before that, though, there were just as many Sith as there were Jedi.
No, there were not. 100 years before the Phantom Menace, there were...
Yeah, no, because it was like 1,000 years. It was like 1,000 years before the Republic era that there were kind of equal numbers, right?
Or not as many Sith as there were Jedi. I mean, there's so much to unpack with this. First of all, rule of two.
Because even the rule of two, we know is bullshit, right?
Yeah.
Always two there are. No more, no less.
Because even the rule of two, we know is bullshit, right?
Yeah.
So what you're saying is with what we got in the Phantom Menace, the rule of two makes less sense than just as many Sith as there are Jedi existing. And the other thing is that it is stated in the Phantom Menace that the Sith have been extinct for a millennium, as far as the Jedi are aware.
Yes,
so
exactly.
if what this dumb broad said earlier is true...
About 100 years before that, though, there were just as many Sith as there were Jedi.
Oh, she's a fake fan. She's a fake fan. These are the people that have stolen our hobbies. They have stolen our IPs. They have stolen all of our stories. They are fake fans that don't actually care about this. They don't know that dilithium crystals are used in the warp cores of Starfleet vessels. They don't know that Romulans use a microsingularity instead of dilithium crystals. They don't know any of that, but they're writing Star Trek freaking Discovery. And then they're telling us that we are bigots because you bigots aren't even the ones that should like this stuff. We're the ones that like this stuff. No, you don't. You don't even know this.
How are the Jedi not able to sense hundreds, if not thousands, of darkseid users through the Force? And if you thought that was canon breaking, wait till you hear this nonsense.
What I think is interesting is why and how Jedi will defect. What is it about their teachings? What is it about, needing to rebel from sort of the Jedi path that they turn to being in the Sith?
So not only...
Oh, God, I'm so tired of this. And frankly, even well-meaning Star Wars fans kind of say this a lot. In my view, the original trilogy established that the dark side and the light side are about emotional balance. They are about a psychological and philosophical balance. They are spiritual temptations, right? It's not a political decision to become a Sith. It is not a political decision to become a Jedi. It is a spiritual decision. And being a Jedi is about spiritual, being healthy spiritually, healthy mentally, healthy and in balance as a human, which, by the way, takes discipline and work. That's why they meditate. That's why they They resist temptation because temptation is the path of the dark side. So my point is, she's like, I'm so interested in like, what were the things they don't like about being a Jedi that made them decide to be the Sith? And it's like, no, no, that's not what makes you a Sith. It's giving into passions, giving into temptation. It's, God, this annoys me. This annoys me, this argument that, and frankly, to be fair, some of this is George Lucas's fault, because with the prequels, he kind of rewrote the Jedi a little bit into a political organization, not as much of a temple of monks. You know, the original trilogy kind of made them, they were like wise monks up in a temple somewhere. They were not political actors. That being said, the prequels still treated them as a spiritual religious order that did try to stay out of politics until the Clone Wars. So fair enough on that. But the D+ interpretation of the Jedi now sucks. It sucks, man.
Only is the Jedi Council so inept that they can't sense a large number of Sith in the galaxy. They are also, in your crazy headcanon, completely oblivious to Jedi leaving the Order and joining the Sith.
I do not believe the Sith could have returned without us knowing.
So I think what we're going to see is a lot of people defecting over to the Sith side, and then the Sith all killing each other.
Stupid fucking cunts!
Okay, so this channel is affiliated with the new rock stars, right? So you're telling me that there's not some producer behind the scenes who knows that everything that this broad just said is bullshit and is choosing not to say anything? Probably because a woman is speaking, and at the new rock stars, when a woman
is speaking. Excuse me. A woman is speaking.
Especially a feminist woman, you do not interrupt her, and you absolutely do not correct her. But don't worry, new rock stars, because I am here to do that for you. So moving on now, they proceed to discuss Darth Plagueis, who I am convinced they have no idea who he actually is.
And I'm wondering if that's going to be an acolyte, if Plagueis is actually going to be in this, because the dates work for it.
Definitely.
Yeah.
You don't think
And
Plagueis rumored?
and he died because his apprentice initiated the rule of two.
First of all, I don't know if she misspoke or what, but the word...
Dude, I will be the first one to tell you, I am not the biggest diehard Star Wars fan ever. You know, Star Trek is more my thing. I'm more of a Star Trek guy. I actually consider myself Star Wars fan adjacent. I enjoy the films. I enjoy the lore. It's pretty cool. I don't dive into all the technical manuals and all that kind of stuff. I don't collect all the toys or anything. So I'm more of a tourist, and I'm fine with that. That's fair enough. Even I know that the rule of two was instituted thousands of years ago to solve the problem of Sith killing each other. And this babe doesn't know that? She doesn't know that? Fake fan!
The word initiated means to begin something. Neither Palpatine nor Plagueis initiated the rule of two. We've discussed this. Second, do these people even know that Palpatine was Plagueis' apprentice?
You don't think Emperor Palpatine was Darth Plagueis?
No.
You don't think so? You think they were separate?
Again, why the fuck?
Oh, dude, she has such a deer in the headlights look on her face. She's like, wait, oh shit,
Is their producer not screaming at them right now? Their own viewers are shitting all over them for this segment. That Star Wars section was bad. Yeah, that's an understatement. It's okay not to know anything about a project. Just say you don't and move on.
That's fair.
Exactly. Or
Tough
here's
but
another
fair.
one. Have people on the show that actually know what they're talking about. I mean, for God's sakes, this dude can't even pronounce Plagueis' name correctly.
He was
also-
Darth Plagueis, and then
Plagueis.
claims Plagueis. I like to say.
Just listen, you idiot. Palpatine pronounced the name in Revenge of the Sith. It's in the film. It's like, how do you not know this? Have you ever heard the story of Darth Plagueis? The tragedy of Darth Plagueis. Oh my God.
Pelagius.
LOL Maud, I assume that's this woman, has no idea what the High Republic looks like. There's only 2 Sith. The rule of 2 started 1,000 years before the Phantom Menace. The Sith are still hiding in the shadows. There isn't going to be any kind of Sith-Jedi war. And someone responds saying, that pissed me off so fucking badly, I bet she likes the sequel trilogy, I think is what he meant to say. And I guarantee they all like the sequel trilogy.
Dude, Last Jedi is their favorite film. It's their favorite film.
As we are about to get into.
My whole theory was that like Emperor Palpatine was always whoever the top Sith dude was always him.
Now, keeping the
dude, look at how absurd he's being almost obsequious in how polite he's being. He knows flat out she is off her rocker, and he's being like, I guess what I would say is my theory. No, sir, no, sir. The correct answer is no. Obviously, Palpatine was Plagueis. It was Plagueis' apprentice. He all but says it in Revenge of the Sith to Anakin.
The sequel trilogy.
But he won't say that because he's a male feminist, and he knows that to do anything that's impolite, that does not put women on a pedestal, if I use a harsh tone, or I say something a little too true to her face, I'm being part of the patriarchy.
In mind, why would you ever think that? Could it be because of this scene from The Rise of Skywalker?
I am all the Sith.
Whoever the top Sith dude was always him.
Now, I'm sure you're beginning to see where he's going with this.
Or he made it seem like Darth Plagueis was killed by his apprentice.
You think it was him? He cheated his own death, and then he became the.
Oh my God! This is torture to watch. He knows the correct answer, folks. He knows damn well. But because he's part of the woke mind virus, he's tiptoeing. He's tiptoeing around it because if he just says it, and she'll look dumb. And you can't make a woman look dumb unless you're part of the patriarchy.
Apprentice? That's sick.
Again, they never actually say.
Rewind the tape. Oh my God, what was that?
To see where he's going with this.
Or he made it seem like Darth Plagueis was killed by his apprentice.
You think it was him? He cheated his own death, and then he became the apprentice? That's sick.
Again, they never actually.
Have you ever seen anything like this? Oh my God. Dude, it's the freaking plot of the prequel trilogy. What's the matter with it? She just discovered a basic plot point of Revenge of the Sith. It's like it's her first. Oh my God. You're saying that Palpatine was Plagueis' apprentice and assassinated him? Sick. Way to tell me how fake of a fan you are. You are the fakest fan I've ever seen, lady.
Say in this entire segment that Palpatine was Plagueis' apprentice. And with regards to what they're...
But by the way, look, this is not gatekeeping. See, this is what I think, if I were to be as charitable as possible, that the wokies don't understand, okay? It's not that men do not want women in their spaces. It's not that men are trying to gatekeep women from anything. But men who want to enter a new space need to earn a little bit of trust and respect from that space. That's part of being, but you know, if I walk into a room of Star Wars nerds and they're playing their Star Wars tabletop RPG, and I walk into that room and I say, hey guys, how's it? Oh, you guys like Star Wars? I like Star Wars too. The question on their minds is going to be, how much do I know? How much of a fan am I? And if I say, oh, I'm a huge Star Wars fan, it's like my favoriteest thing ever. And of course, the rule of two started 100 years ago. Well, they're going to roast the shit out of me. And they're going to say, stop speaking out of school, man. You don't know your shit. Everyone knows that the rule of two started 1,000 years ago at least. That's what men put other men through. And so when a woman enters that space and experiences the very same thing, she takes it as, oh, men, or in the woke mind. I'm not speaking for all women here. I'll leave that to the woke people to do. But in the woke mind, that's how they look at it. They look at it as like, oh, these evil men just don't want women in their space. No. What we want is to know that you're for real. We want to test your cred a little bit. That's not gatekeeping. That's just how serious about this are you. And if you're not, that's fine. If you just say, oh, Star Wars ain't really my thing. I don't know much about it, but I'd love to join your game and learn more. That's all you need to do. And you'll have respect and you'll be welcomed. And most people are chill. That's just how it is. But, one of the reasons that we're nerds is sometimes we're socially awkward and we bluntly say things that are there's probably a more polite and diplomatic way to put it, such as, well, everyone knows that the Falcon, does not have a compressor. Shut up. It's like, well, okay, there probably was a nicer way to say that, but we're nerds, right? That's just one of our, so I just think that part of what drives this constant, it's like they misread basic cues, nerd cues, let's call them. They misread these nerd cues as like misogyny and stuff like It's not. It's just, what do you actually know? How enthusiastic are you? Show me your comic book collection. Show me your toy collection. And if you're misrepresenting your fan, how enthusiastic you are, we're going to know it. We're going to sniff it out. So just be honest. That's all you have to do. That's all I've ever done as a nerd. When I walk into a space and it's like, oh, Doctor Who, I don't know much about Doctor Who. All I know is this, so I show deference to that. I don't go telling, actually, kind of a good example, Five Nights at Freddy's. I never played the game. I didn't know much. I kind of knew about it, but I didn't know about the world. And so I did my review on Five Nights at Freddy's and I got some heated comments. They're like, oh, you don't know the lore. And it's like, well, that's fair. I don't. That's fair. I don't know the lore. And as I said in my review, it's like, I'm just speaking about the movie. I don't know what the story in the game is. And it's like, I think that's as fair as you can be. And it's totally fair for who just diehard fans to say, hey, you're speaking out of turn. You don't understand Five Nights at Freddy. Well, that's fair. That's not gatekeeping. That's just, they're a fan of it and I don't know the lore. That's fair. If I were a woman, I could say, oh, you're just misogynist. You just don't want a woman to like Five Nights at Freddy's. You're mean.
Saying about Plagueis's essence passing on.
You think it was him? He cheated his own death and then he became the apprentice? That's sick.
Sounds a lot like the rise of Skywalker, doesn't it?
Kill me, and my spirit will pass into you, as all the Sith live in me.
These are the lengths that these people have to go to try and make the sequel trilogy make sense. And it's so hilariously obvious that these guys have no idea what the fuck they are talking about. All of their theories and predictions that they presented in this video breaks canon tremendously. So I think we found another demographic that Kathleen Kennedy and Disney Star Wars can cater to. We have the woke freaks and the crazy radical feminists. We have the I love everything Star Wars no matter what crowd. We have the paid Disney shill influencers. And now we have...
That is such a great image right there.
of stupid people. Congratulations.
Stupid people.
Thanks for watching. Make sure you check out some of the other...
Yes, Grizzy, a warrior, a poet, a man of the people is Grizzy. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. As usual, Grizzy. Doing the Lord's work. The work that we cannot do. I am not able to hold down food for long while I'm watching the shills. So thank you, Grizzy. Thank you. I love that. So wait. You're saying that Darth Plagueis was actually Palpatine's master, and that Palpatine had him killed, and that Palpatine took over. That's sick, bro. It's like, oh, you're such a fake, phony fan. You're so fake. get over that. Sick. That's like if I were trying to be cool. That's how it would look if I tried to be cool. I would be like, oh, that's sick, brah, is a thing which I have heard people say that are cool. Oh, man, that is hilarious. Mod, that was pretty fun. Yes, that was hilarious. That was hilarious. Fu Man Blue. That's a good one. That's a really good Grizzy video. I got my money's worth out of that Grizzy video. I can tell you that much. Star Fury pointing out to Fu Man Blue that about Mod, the woke infection is insidious and she fell hard to it. Yeah, I was watching an EFAP highlights. So EFAP because I don't have the time. I wish I did. I don't have the time to watch the full 6 hours of those EFAPs, even when it's something like super interesting. I'm like, oh, I really want to. It's very rare that I watch the whole thing. I did on the Madam Web, though, because no, wait, not the Madam Web, the Chris Stuckman one, because that one is gold. Anyway, that might be EFAP's Ninth Symphony. I'm just saying. But what I would say is the EFAP highlights channel is great because they condense it into like shorter videos and you kind of get the best parts. I was watching one where Mahler and the boys were debating a shill. They had a shill on EFAP and he was defending his position about, what was the show? It was a Marvel show he was defending. What one was it? Was it Loki? No. He was defending Dial of Destiny. He was defending Dial of Destiny. That's what he was defending. And they were basically in that very dry but just civilized, if not polite way, Mahler and Fringy and the others, they were saying, okay, what they were making the case that like Harrison Ford's character in Dial of Destiny is another example of this assassination of the old character, right? Like Nick Fury, the aging character that gets trotted out. He's a loser. He's a drunk. He's a lowlife, a failed dad, just like they did with Han Solo, just like they did with Jake Skywalker. And this shill was trying to argue, he was trying to defend his position that that's not happening. Now, he was being polite, and Mahler was being polite, and they were having a gentlemanly discussion about it. And I found myself giving him the benefit of the doubt. That would be the shill. And I was thinking, well, let me just unpack this. And if I were on this stream, what would I be saying to the guy? And I know exactly what I'd be saying. I'd be asking him questions. Because like he made a statement like, I just don't believe that's happening with these older characters. And my question would be, why don't you think that's happening? Or he said at one point, I don't think there's an agenda behind this. And I'd say, why don't you think that? Because I could Google articles right now of these wacko blue hairs talking about how important it is to have diversity and inclusion and deaf and disabled representation in Echo. Like, it's all over the place. So I'd be asking the guy, like, well, what do you think is the motivation? Like, what do you think is at work, And as I found myself kind of playing out this scenario, I suddenly realized that sooner or later, what those questions would be digging down towards is, really, why are you defending it? Because the guy admitted that Dial of Destiny was not a good film. He was admitting that. He's admitting it's not a good film, but he would not admit that Harrison Ford is a sad sack loser from beginning to end. And Mahler had a great retort because the guy said, well, he's kind of like that at the beginning when he's in the Barca Lounger, but then he goes on this adventure with Helena. And it turns out he's the old Indy we used to know. And Mahler said he literally begs for death at the end. And I just busted up laughing. I was like, oh, that's devastating to his case. He absolutely devastated. He's like, he's literally suicidal at the end of the film. And the guy said, well, that's the beginning and that's the end, but that's not the middle of the movie. I'm like, oh my God, these shills, they'll never give it up. And I found myself saying, why not? Why not? You know that Dial of Destiny is a terrible movie. You've admitted that. So why won't you just go one step further and admit that Harrison Ford's character is awful? in that movie that he is a sad, aged loser, just like Nick Fury, just like Jake Skywalker, just like every single one of these, just like Jean-Luc Picard. Why wouldn't you just admit it? And I found myself finally and of course Mahler and the boys did a great job. They finally got him to start saying, I don't believe there's an agenda. I don't believe this is that. And I was like, that's it. It's the woke mind virus. He is defending the virus. That's what it is. Why are these shills always defending this stuff even though it's crap? Folks, crap. Ahsoka, I'm sorry. If you like Ahsoka, fine. I got no issue with you and like what you like. But I'm just here to tell you, it's crap. It's crap. Okay? Ahsoka, Secret Invasion, Loki, it's crap. Everybody who sees it, everyone. It's obvious. Okay? Now, there are things I like that are basically crap. I like Avatar. The story of Avatar is crap. I like Avatar. I'll own that. I will own that. Okay? So fair is fair. But crap is crap. Why won't these shills admit? Well, because if they admit that the crap is crap, what they're admitting is that their sick worldview is crap. And they won't give that up. And they have to admit that there is an agenda, right? We literally have the chick on tape saying my not so secret gay agenda. A Disney writer, well, she's basically a creative at Disney, and she's flat out on tape on a company Zoom call admitting she has a, quote, not so secret gay agenda in reference to all their wacko, trans ideology and all that crap that they're shoveling into all this stuff. So it's on record. It is on record that there is an agenda behind all this stuff. They're destroying masculine characters in their own words because of the patriarchy. They're smashing the patriarchy, right? So if this guy admits that this is going on, and then he further admits that it sucks and nobody likes it, and he is admitting that his sick worldview is being rejected. And that's what all of this division in the fandom boils down to. There is one group of fans that is willing to admit that this stuff is not good. Whether they like it or not, they're willing. Like Star Wars Theory is a good example. He says, I liked the first couple episodes of Ahsoka, but I will admit there's all these problems with it, right? So there's kind of that, and then there's the fans that, like me, that think it's absolute garbage, and I hate it from top to bottom. And then there's people that kind of like it, they're willing to admit. But then there's another side of the fandom. They have been consumed by the virus. And I should probably stop saying that word on YouTube, because you never know. But they have been consumed by this ideology, and it's no longer about good filmmaking or storytelling or any of that anymore. That ship has sailed. For them, it is about defending the hill. Defending the hill. And I find that it's just not how I am as a human being. I just can't live on my knees the way they do. I just can't. It's like I'm willing to live in the wilderness rather than just pretend that Bo-Katan is interesting. It's like, even if it did represent my ideology, I wouldn't defend it. I just wouldn't. It's this debate was on A Drink with Crazy today. Daily Wire. Daily Wire's coming out with films. I support what they're doing. I think that's great. They've got Bent Key. They're trying to reinvent kids shows. My personal opinion is Lady Ballers was not that funny. It wasn't that good. Now, if I were a shill for right-wing causes, then I would say, well, I think it's unfair. It's unfair to say that Lady Ballers is not funny. It's supposed to be not funny. That was the point. I would, shill arguments. Shill arguments. I don't do that. I don't shill for people that agree with me. If your work is shit, it's shit. Truthfully, I'm not going to be saying that to anyone on my side. I'm not talking about politically. I'm saying on my side of the quality of let's just say this side of the industry. Let's say that. Not industry insiders, independent creators. I wouldn't be saying that to them because most likely I'd be speaking to a professional who's not an arrogant, entitled Hollywood elite snob. So that's the difference. But anyway, there you go. So you are right, Staffieri. They are consumed. Their minds have been consumed. Absolutely consumed. Yes. Heterochromedia podcast says the break room causes me physical anguish, and that's Redoubt. Oh, good to see you, Redoubt. Glad you're in the chat. And Fu Man Blue says, so long as they don't have Jessica Clemens in front of us, yes. Ultimate Kahuna says, remember being excited for Star Wars? I remember. I was very excited for The Last Jedi. I remember I was very excited. I liked The Force Awakens. I thought this is cool. I think there's a lot interesting going on here, and I'm excited to see where it goes. And I was wrong about, I defended the decision to kill off Han Solo the way they did, and I was wrong about that. And I'll fully admit that now in retrospect. But at the time, you have to understand, I sort of felt like playing it safe with the new Star Wars sequel trilogy would be the wrong decision. So I was looking at it as, this is not an assassination of Han Solo. This is about introducing serious stakes into the story. That was the way I read that. And now I see it quite differently. I see it, no, this is the laziest trope they reach for every time. Every time. Just assassinate the legacy character. And now that I've seen it done to Picard, I've seen it done to Indiana Jones, I've seen it done to Nick Fury, I've seen it done over and over and over. Now I see it for what it is. But at the time I thought, oh, this is about raising the stakes. That could be really interesting. And I remember a lot of people did not like my opinion on that. They were like, I disagree. That's a bad decision. I did not like how Han Solo went out. And then The Last Jedi came out, and if I'm being totally honest, when I watched it, I did not hate it, but I also didn't feel right. And that's the only way I can describe it. I was watching it, and I remember thinking, when is Luke going to train her? And then I'm like, okay, isn't this the part where Luke kind of like comes back from the brink of depression, and now he's like, I am the Jedi, and I am going to train you, Rey. And it just never quite happened. And then flashy things happened that distracted me. I do remember I hated that casino sequence. I thought everything with Finn in that movie was crap. I hated everything with Finn in Last Jedi. I was like, well, that was pointless. Well, gee, that was convenient. Well, that was boring. Who cares about this? But I remember just being uncomfortable. I remember feeling anxiety. I remember being like, when is Luke going to do X, But there were some things I liked. Like I kind of liked the final sequence of the film on the desert planet, the salt flats. I thought that was visually spectacular. I did kind of like Luke schooling Kylo Ren. I thought, oh, that's kind of interesting. I've never thought of that. But the more I thought about it later, I was like, yeah, Luke didn't really do anything. And she didn't do anything either. And now he's dead and he can't come back. That's very disappointing. And it's like, So my point is, I remember being excited. I remember being cautiously optimistic about Star Trek Picard. I remember being confused and disappointed in Star Trek Discovery, but thinking maybe they've learned their lesson when you see Christopher Pike in season 2, and it's just that I'm so far beyond all that now. It's like, I know that every single one of these is going to be like this. I know that every single thing that they've said about how they're going to course correct will not matter. It will not matter because look, the only way this gets better is if they admit what the problem is. The problem is not executive oversight. The problem is not good or bad writers, in isolation. The problem is wokeness. That is the problem. The ideology. The politicization of every level of our culture, turning every level of our culture into a political battlefield is the problem. They have done that, not us. We are acting in self-defense. We were fine with all of our IPs just as they were. They're the ones that came along and said, this all has to change. This is all bad. This is very bad and problematic. We didn't say that. We didn't say that about their stuff, like Barbie. I have no problem with Barbie. Let Barbie be Barbie. Make 10 more depressing, feminist, whiny films. Enjoy them. I won't be in the theater, but please, by all means, enjoy. Live your best life. I don't care. You will never hear me saying this has to change. Have your Barbie movies. I don't care. Why can't we have the same courtesy? Why can't we have that? Yeah, you know, it's Wrangler says that guy, meaning one of the shills, is Brandon. He's much better at his Marvel coverage, but he's still more of an on-screen personality with a funny delivery than an expert on the subject. Fair enough. Fair enough. You know, my impression was, if he's the one I'm thinking of, he at least one of those guys, that guy knew damn well she was off her nut. Like, he knew damn well she was speaking out of school. He just was being very gentle about it. Fu Man Blue says, yeah, I got some laughs back in the day during the Phase 3 Wrangler. Ultimate Kahuna says, who suspects they're going to make the rule of two a homoerotic relationship? Well, gee, why not? Why not? Dude, that's one of the greatest casualties of wokeness, is that men having friendship stories it's almost non-existent anymore. Like, the Frodo and Sam story cannot happen. The Gimli Legolas story cannot happen in modern storytelling because of the woke mind virus. And I was very nervous at the beginning of House of the Dragon that Alicent and Rhaenyra, it seemed like they were hinting that they had a kind of lesbian thing going on. And I just remember rolling my eyes in that first episode. I'm like, oh, geez, really? You know, and it was the same syndrome. I'm like, can't we just have two friends of the same sex that are just friends? Because that is, I hate to break it to you, that is a type of human relationship that is common and central to society. You know, platonic same-sex friendships are important in society. And I was relieved that that's not where it went. And anyway, so yeah, it's a landmine these days. Wrangler says, I loved when he was talking about Spider-Man, meaning Brandon, one of the shills. No Way Home, where the nanotech from the Iron Spider suit took over Doc Ock's arms. I mean, that was clever. I'm very tired of the nanotech, though. I'm done with nanotech. Get rid of that shit. It's become a lazy plot device now. Wrangler says, pair your Bluetooths, people. Yeah, I did think it was clever when in No Way Home, when it's like pairing new device. I was like, that's a clever use of that. Although I did like the fact that Peter was dead to rights. Like, he was dead in that scene if the nanotech had not saved his ass. And that's one of the great strengths of No Way Home, is that's probably the most danger I've ever felt for Tom Holland Spider-Man. Like, he was getting his ass pretty well handed to him by Doc Ock and the Green Goblin in that movie, and he needed help. I thought that was pretty brilliant, actually. That was one of the most brilliant parts of the film. Starfury says, someone hand me my flamethrower. Fu Man Blue. No, jeez, don't give him it. Don't give him that, Fu Man Blue. Jack Flamethrower. It's burning time. Oh, no. Ultimate Kahuna says, Doctor Who is a show of all time, don't kill me fans. Doctor Who is a show of all time, don't kill me fans? You must clarify, Kahuna. Starfury says, that bloke on the right of the panel has the 1,000 miles stare. I know. He just kind of like, yeah. Tim Allen is in the chat. Okay, to have a man bun like that guy, you lose your man card. You lose your man card. Man card revoked. You know who has a man card, Tim Allen? The Master Chief in the Halo trilogy. Chief, what if you miss the Covenant ship with that bomb? I won't. Fucking badass, man. Badass. Tim Allen says, by the way, permission to come aboard? Well, permission granted, sir. You are on the Captain's Cast here on the Swords and Starships channel. Please like and subscribe, where permission to come aboard is never required, but always granted. Let's see here. Oh, we're talking about Quarter Black Garrett, yes. With the man bun. Yeah, I feel like Japanese samurai and nobody else can have the man bun. Let's see. What else we got? Tim Allen. What's with the all caps, Tim Allen? You can use the lowercase key. You can use the lowercase. Live your best life. I'm just saying. This is a good use of caps, sir. That the captain will allow this use of all caps. Loki is straight up crap regardless. You know, I remember liking the first couple episodes of Loki, but the problem is every single one of those D+ series is a shell game. And once I caught on to the game, that's when I realized these are never going to fool me again. Because what they do is they mystery box you. They introduce a bunch of tantalizing ideas, but they never come to fruition. And that's the problem. And I think that's why I do get impatient, not frustrated per se, but I get impatient with guys like Star Wars Theory because they will say things like, well, I'm still curious where they could go with Balon, you know? And it's like, dude, I'm over that. I used to be that guy. I used to be the guy who's like, well, they didn't do much with Balon, but what might happen in the next season? They'll never fool me like this again. There's nothing going to happen. I mean, obviously, Ray Stevenson tragically passed away, but even if he were alive, nothing's happening with that character. Nothing is going to happen with season 5 of Discovery. Nothing is going to happen with Ahsoka. Nothing interesting is on the horizon. You know, every one of these is like this. Every damn one of them, you know? So it's like they can't fool me with this. Loki season 2, I watched the first episode, and I was like, dude, they're doing it again. They're trying to fool me with this shit. It's not going to work. I literally, that's kind of the first one that I'm like, even for my channel, I'm not going to watch every episode of Loki because I'm so offended. I'm so offended by this game that they play with the audience where they try to reel you in that first and second episode with some juicy possibilities. Then they have like 4 episodes of nothing happening. And then they have the final episode with, oh, it didn't matter. And it didn't matter. None of what you saw mattered. Great. Thanks for that great story. I appreciate it. Fu Man Blue says, I met a guy in Discord yesterday that started off by saying he had just finished Loki season 2 and thought it was one of the best shows he'd ever seen. I had some fun. Listen, that's a blue pill. Like, that's a blue pill, you know, and I don't hold that against them. As I said, I enjoyed the first couple episodes of Loki season 1. And would probably defend it if it had a great ending to the season. And so I understand the mindset of being of kind of not seeing the game that they're playing with you. And I think that when you've been burned enough times, you start to see through it. I mean, I don't know. I guess people have low standards these days, but it is what it is. I see that as a blue pill. He plugged into the Matrix. He knows that it's the Matrix telling his brain that the steak is juicy and delicious. But what he has learned is ignorance is bliss. Fu Man Blue says, I illustrated that he was a sheep and a commie before the end. Oh, jeez, Fu Man. You're talking like Star Fury, Fu Man Blue. Fu Man Blue just flamethrowered the guy. You met a Sharon, says Tim Allen? I don't know. What is that worse, better or worse than a Karen? Star Fury says Indiana Johns and the Garderobe of Dysentery. Now that is a movie I'd watch. Ultimate Kahuna says, I enjoyed the young dark side Darth Vader scene from Ahsoka, admittedly, but I never watched even a whole episode. Actually, that's a good point, Ultimate Kahuna. That is a great thing to highlight, right? I don't hold it against you as if I'm in a position to hold anything against anyone, so don't misunderstand. But just in a manner of speaking, I don't hold it against you that, like, you enjoyed that. I enjoyed that. I'll flat out tell you, seeing Hayden Christensen in the costume with the lightsaber, it went red, it turned red. I did enjoy that. But it was meaningless. It was lacking in substance because he regurgitates a bunch of ChatGPT lines that don't really say anything. They don't advance the story. Meanwhile, ignoring all the burning questions about, you know, her relationship with Luke and Anakin and her perception over time. So what I feel like people that like, you know, what you're responding to is the surface level, right? The surface level, it's even Halo, the show on Paramount. I like seeing Master Chief's, not butt face, right? I don't enjoy seeing butt face. But I do enjoy seeing the Mjolnir armor of Master Chief. I enjoy the action scenes of him shooting elites, and like doing all the cool Spartan moves. But what I realized, even as I'm watching it and I'm enjoying those visuals, I'm realizing though that but actually this is just a copy paste of 10 elites in a very boring setting, and he just mows through them like they're nothing. And the problem with that is it doesn't show Master Chief using tactics. It doesn't show why Spartans are so good. I mean, frankly, the video game cinematics are far better at this. Even in Halo 5, the game cinematics were better. I could show you one right now. It would get the stream blocked, but that fight between him and Spartan Locke is better than anything in the Paramount show. So it's not that I fault anyone for liking the visuals. The visuals were cool of seeing Anakin in the Clone Wars, but there's no substance. There's no substance there, and that's the problem. Fu Man Blue says, midway I shifted to game designers nerfing things due to it being too popular, not imbalanced. Yeah, I do hate that. I do hate game design, but the video game industry is paying a price for that, and that actually might be a good segue into our next topic, because they are paying a price for that. And you're correct, Tim Allen. Killing off Han the way they did was just sad and beyond lazy. And what I would say is Chris Gore totally has it correct. It is a crime that we never got Han, Luke, and Leia reunited. That's all it is. And listen, Last Jedi was a long time ago, and it was not as clear back then what was happening to storytelling. And I will admit, not all of it is the woke mind virus. Some of it is just bad writing, because some of it is, I hate to say it, but I think Game of Thrones, being the phenomenon that it was on television, it introduced a lot of really dystopian, nihilistic tropes that lazy, less talented writers than George R.R. Martin took and just started putting in everything. And so some of it is honestly what I call the Game of Thronesing of everything. Everything is Game of Thrones now. They did it. Star Trek Picard is the best example. They absolutely wanted to make Picard a sort of Game of Thrones in space, and it was just crap. So anyhow. Yes, if you would doff your caps for the death of Doctor Who, Redoubt Productions, let's not acknowledge Doctor Who, 'tis very much deceased, and it is very sad to see. Yes, it is a tragedy. Fu Man Blue says, they were the ones that should be using caps, not you. Why do you want to read what you say? I can't make heads or tail of that, Fu Man Blue. What does that mean? What do you mean Doctor Who is a Norwegian blue parrot? I don't know what that means. Oh, you're so right about this, Star Fury. Forward Unto Dawn was the best version of Master Chief in live action. 100%. 100%. That's how you should do if you are going to have... frankly, when they announced the Halo series and Master Chief was a main character, I remember immediately thinking, how can that work? How can that work? Because he just is the player character. He doesn't have a lot of speaking lines. His personality is not really well suited for a dramatic television series with complex plots unfolding. How are you going to do this? Either you're going to piss off the fans because you're retelling the video games, which is going to obviously change everything, and I don't think anyone's going to like that who's a fan of the games, or you're going to move the story forward, but how are you going to do that with a character like this? And I was proven correct, because what they did is they turned him into a bad CW soap opera character. And it's pathetic. It's like, that's the way that you do Master Chief is the way they did in Forward Unto Dawn. He is not the protagonist. He is a supporting character, and we see him through the eyes of a character like Lasky, right? Who is a more human, grounded character we can relate to, who kind of looks up at Master Chief. And Master Chief is more like a kind of weapon than a character. And I think that's, I'm not saying that he doesn't have depth, and I'm not saying you can't explore Master Chief and his origin. There are ways to do the quiet character. There are ways to do it. There are examples of like, I feel like I've seen characters recently. It's not the best comparison, but the character of Gustavo Fring in Breaking Bad is a really great example of a character who does not speak very much, but communicates a lot all the time. Gus Fring has this ability to just almost never even answer something that is said to him or just listen. And it's like part of it is Giancarlo Esposito's performance is so brilliant, but it's just the fact that like he doesn't need to say anything to communicate enormous depth. And you could do that with Master Chief. You could have him be the tall, dark, silent character and have it work. I feel like there's another character that would do this, but they're not usually the leading man, is my point. So anyway. Fu Man Blue says, yeah, he tried to say it's their game and they can do as they like, but I said, no, it's our game and we decide what we want. We don't consult with them to learn what we should love. Yeah, it's arrogance. It's an abuse of power. That's what I've said. What gets me angry is not bad storytelling and bad writing. It's arrogant creatives who are abusing their power. And I consider that attitude towards fans as an abuse of power. It's like, yes, Paul Schreiber, a.k.a. Buttface, you're correct. You are correct. Paramount owns Halo, and they can do with it as they please. It's your story, and if we don't like it, we can just go pound sand. Yes, Buttface, Paul Schreiber, you are correct. But that doesn't make it right. And that doesn't make you right. And it certainly does not make you a professional. It does not, sir, is what I would say. Master Buttface. Yes, correct, Fu Man Blue. That's what Paul Schreiber, the actor who portrays Master Chief in the nude in the Paramount series, that is his correct title, Master Buttface. Thank you for pointing that out, sir. Star Fury says, Norwegian Blue Parrot, Monty Python, Dead Parrot sketch. Oh, yes, I love me some Monty Python. And now for something completely different. So we have seen that the Holly woke is going broke. It is going broke. And guess what? Video games. While everyone has been watching all of our favorite movies get destroyed, what has been quietly happening is in the gaming industry, very subtle elements of wokeness have been creeping in. Like the articles about Mass Effect, they did the Mass Effect Legendary Edition, and they talked about how, that very nice shot of Miranda's ass in Mass Effect 2 has got to go. That has got to go. And I'm like, first of all, this is such an arrogant attitude about art. Even if the art was made poorly the first time, that is the piece. That's the work. Let it be what it is. If you don't like it, don't remake it. Don't remaster it then. Make something else that's more to your liking, right? I really despise this mentality of revising past art forms. My own book, Blood and Oak, on Amazon right now. There are chapters that I would rewrite. If I were going to do it again today, there are things in it that I would delete or things I would change. And because I'm an independently published author, I'm a self-published author, I can do that. I can literally go in my back office right now, pull down my file, I can change the chapters, and I can re-upload it. And I won't, and I'd be lying if I told you I wasn't sometimes tempted. I even thought I could call it second edition. But I won't do it. I won't do it because it would be betraying my own principle. That I think that revising art in that way after it's already become published in public and everything, I think that's bad. I think that's bad. And it's not something that creatives were able to do in past centuries. And I think that's for the best. So for better or worse, it is as it is. I'm not going to change it. I'm just going to move forward. Tempting, but I won't give in to that temptation. By the way, that's what having principles is. I'm not trying to toot my own horn here. I'm saying having principles is hard because it puts you in the position of sometimes having to forego what you want because of your principle. That's why wokies have no principles, because the very minute that the minute that they could say, oh, you can't criticize that person because they're black, the moment that they can abandon that and criticize Eric July, they'll do it because they hate the fact that Eric July is not within their sphere of control. So now they just throw all their principles out the window and just ad hominem attack him for no reason. So anyway, there you go. Oh, jeez, oh man, Brokeback Rule of Two? What? Oh, yeah, because we're talking about the, they're going to make the rule of two. It's going to be all the Sith are gay lovers. That's what they're going to do. Yeah, so anyway, share screen, hat tip bounding into comics. EA axes 5% of total workforce, cancels Respawn's Star Wars FPS as part of an emergency shift away from, quote, licensed IP. In the latest entry into the ongoing string of Western video game industry layoffs, EA has announced that, as part of a plan to shift their development attentions away from licensed projects and towards those based on IPs they personally own, they have chosen to cut roughly 5% of their total workforce. By the way, I played this game, Jedi Fallen Order. I just could not get into it. I don't know why. Good game mechanics, a lot of fun. You know, once I got to the part where I was in this sort of open, it was like this open world, and I'm running around with all these animals, and I'm having to like fight through all these animals in this sandbox, and I'm like, why am I here? I want to go on an adventure. And fight stormtroopers. Why am I running around the forest? You know what I mean? Like that. And I stopped playing it. I was like, I'm bored. I don't want to play. I don't want to go on like 15 stupid fetch quests in this fairy tale forest, you know, running around doing tutorials on lightsabers, fighting bugs. I want to fight stormtroopers. I want to go on a Jedi adventure. So anyway, I did not enjoy Fallen Order. I guess it was a good story. I would have to, too bad. I get bored with shit like that. I just do. Open quote, breaking the news to employees on February 28th via an internal company email, itself later made publicly available on EA's official website, CEO Andrew Wilson explained that the staffing shakeup was the result of various decisions made at the executive level with the aim of keeping the company in competitive standing amongst its peers. Quote, given how and where we are working, we are continuing to optimize our global real estate footprint best support our business, said Wilson. We are also sunsetting games and moving away from development of future licensed IP that we do not believe will be successful in our changing industry. This greater focus allows us to drive creativity, accelerate innovation, and double down on our biggest opportunities, including our owned IP, sports, and massive online communities. To deliver the best entertainment players want today and tomorrow. Lastly, we are streamlining our company operations to deliver deeper, more connected experiences for fans everywhere that build the community, shape culture, and grow fandom. Close quote. Can I translate this for you? We got woke. We went freaking broke. That's what this basically means. They are going broke, folks. The worm has turned. I should get an AI to read this for me. Because I'm like, oh my God. I got a lot of wind in this wind bag, but even the captain gets tired sometimes. But anyway, I would just say that they won't say it, but folks, there's blood in the water. There is blood in the water because they have had Suicide Squad kill the Justice League. They've had Starfield. They've had, what the hell was that other one? They had, I want to say Gollum. That wasn't so much of a woke thing, but what was like, there was like one other one I'm not thinking of. That's like, oh, yes, you're right, Fu Man Blue. It's my social battery is drained. You've drained my social battery with your $50 Rumble rant, and it's very hard work. Sarcastically referring, of course, to Hassan Piker complaining that streaming is much harder than going to a day job. Well, as someone who still has a day job, trust me, I'm much happier being here. Much happier. But yeah, so what the hell was the one I'm trying to remember, the other woke dumpster fire that came out recently. But we'll just run with Starfield, which was crap. Absolute crap. And I would say it's institutionalized mediocrity. Well, they're paying a price, folks. Because I feel like even movie audiences, the thing about the movies is they can lie about the box office. They can try and obfuscate. They can say, oh, our budget was only X dollars. They can misreport their budget. They can do all that. They play all those stupid little games with their box office. And then they can put it on streaming and they could say, oh my gosh, it's like #1 on Paramount Plus. And they could do the same thing with all these stupid shows like Star Trek Discovery. They can say that Star Trek Discovery is #1 in streaming, and we have no way of knowing. We get Samba TV, we have some kind of indirect ways of getting at it. But the thing about the gaming industry is when gamers do not like the game, they are fracked, folks. They are fracked. If no one wants to play Suicide Justice, Kill the Justice League, they're not making money. It was that Rocksteady game. It was like it was like the most recent CD Projekt Red game. It's like right on the tip of my tongue. What has CD Projekt Red done lately? What have they done recently? They did The Witcher. Oh, whatever. I can't remember. If it comes to me, if you could think of it, the other woke dumpster fire lately. But in any case, these games fail. Like Starfield, I think is a great example of a quiet disaster. Because, honestly, I think Az was dead on. He had to play it for like 9 hours to really find out kind of how roughly woke it is. Look, I don't think it's like as obviously woke as something like the Marvels or something. Maybe the Marvels not the best example. Secret Invasion or something like that. But what they are is they are mediocre. Because what's happened is they have become infested with all of this DEI, this covert DEI that has replaced talent. It's the same thing that's happening in the film industry. All of the talented craftsmen are getting pushed out, and they're bringing in people who have not earned their way into the industry. They don't have the industry knowledge. They have not studied under mentors. And even if they're not overtly woke in the video game storytelling, they themselves are not the best talent. And what they're producing is bland, boring games. Starfield, that game was going to be my jam. I'm like, I love Skyrim, I love Mass Effect, and I love Fallout 4, Fallout 3. I was so excited for Starfield, but I also was like nervous because I'm like, I don't know. I've got a bad feeling about this one. I start playing Starfield. It's one of the most boring video game experiences I've ever had. It was one of the most uninspiring space adventure settings I've ever seen. Matt, say what you want about Mass Effect Andromeda. Mass Effect Andromeda was gorgeous. It was beautiful. You go to ice planets. You go to desert planets. You go to 2 different desert planets in Mass Effect Andromeda, and they look different. They look different, and they each are beautiful in their own distinct way. By the way, Dragon Age Inquisition, which was kind of the model for Andromeda, same deal. You go to a swamp, you go to a blizzard mountaintop, you go to this incredible elven forest that is just gorgeous called the Emerald Graves. It's one of my favorite settings in Dragon Age Inquisition. So my point is, Starfield, everything looked gray, bland, boring. There's no central story. The space combat was ungodly awful. I mean, it's like, hey, would you like to fly a brick in space that can barely maneuver while 10 pirates attack you in the tutorial? I died 15 times in the tutorial. I'm like, this is awful. This is not fun at all. I'm not enjoying any of this. So yeah, they are paying a price, folks, and there is blood in the water. I had another story on this. This one, on the subject of The Worm Has Turned. Let me pull up this story. From Bounding into Comics, Sweet Baby Inc. Staff throw tantrum after Steam curator list created to track and warn players against their work. Oh, this is the best, folks. Oh, this is juicy. This is juicy. This is what I mean when I say that the wokies are totalitarians. They are authoritarians, right? They are okay with inclusion and diversity, and everybody can like what they like and have their say until you dissent. Dude, what in the world can you possibly object to? If Steam says, hey, if you don't like this company, here's a list of all the games they're a part of. That's called freedom of speech. That's called the free market. That's called, if you like it, great. If you don't like it, fine. Nothing about this is stopping anyone from buying a Sweet Baby Inc. game. Nothing. But notice how if you scratch a Wookiee, you will find a freaking dictator who will do anything to prevent people from having the freedom to. This is why, quite frankly, Kid Rock and Joe Rogan were out there talking about, oh, it's time to forgive. In fact, including even the Orange Man, Donald Trump himself. All three of them are like begging forgiveness now for Bud Light, and it's like, never this side of hell. Never this side of hell will I forgive Bud Light because they have not said what they did wrong. They have not said what they did wrong. And why is that important? Well, quite frankly, because what other voice do we have? The only power we have as customers and fans is our wallets. It's all we've got, folks. They have all but taken away our right to free speech. They have all but taken our way away. We cannot speak freely on almost any platform. Frankly, not even X, formerly Twitter. Even X is reinstituting some of its rules around pronouns, for example. We are not free. We do not have the ability to see the dislikes on the Rings of Power trailer. We do not have the ability to comment on the Rings of Power trailer and speak our minds. We cannot give we cannot get the honest audience reaction on Rotten Tomatoes anymore. They have taken away from us every natural avenue that we as customers have to make our voices heard. And then when our voices do get through in the narrow channels left of them, they lie about us, they defame us, they accuse us of being racist and everything else under the sun. But what we do have is our wallets. And if they had the power, they would force us to open our wallets and pay for this crap. Well, we ain't gonna have it. From Bounding into Comics, despite building an entire business on forcefully injecting identity politics into video games, employees of the inclusion-focused narrative consultation company Sweet Baby Inc. are absolutely livid that a Steam user has begun taking steps to ensure the public knows exactly which specific titles they've worked on. A self-described inclusion-focused narrative and consultation company, Sweet Baby Inc.'s main objective is to review and edit a given video script through the lens of diversity and inclusion. Our mission is to tell better, more empathetic stories while diversifying and enriching the video games industry, writes the company on their official website. We aim to make games more engaging, more fun, more meaningful, and more inclusive for everyone. And if you don't enjoy our games, you will be tied to a chair and have your eyelids forcibly opened, you bigot. We believe that representation is key to connecting players and audiences. And fuck, these people are such fucking morons. I'm sorry. These people talk to us. They talk to the public like we are stupid children. Children are not this insipid. Yes, the key to connecting players and audiences is a good product. These people do not have the intelligence of a pencil eraser, but I digress. Open quote, and we offer a few ways to help your team and project gain the perspective needed to make it happen. Their mission statement continues. We're part of an inclusive and knowledgeable community of diverse, not white, not straight consultants, able to offer a wide range of cultural and sensitivity topics. We are here to tell you about how bad you are, is what they mean. Our approach leads with the creation of joy in marginalized players and seeks to be additive rather than strictly corrective. Oh my God. Oh my God. Can you imagine bending the knee to these fucking wackos? These wackos. Never. We will never surrender to you, you sick totalitarian freaks. We will never bend the knee to you sickos. Never. It's like, listen to how they speak to people. We're not saying that we will be strictly corrective. Strictly corrective? Who the fuck do you people think you are? I'm dead serious about this. You know, this Sweet Baby Inc. Who the fuck do you people think you are to talk to us this way? Strictly corrective. Who do you think you're correcting? Star Fury, get your flamethrower, sir. You ain't correcting me. You better not get that twisted. You had better not get that twisted. You wackos. You absolute wackos. Decorum here. Decorum. Most notably, Sweet Baby Inc. have provided sensitivity reading for Alan Wake 2 and Goodbye Volcano High, a narrative and character consultation with a focus on representation. So let's get to the lead of this article, shall we? Oh, Skull and Bones. That's the one I'm trying to think of. Skull and Bones. Turning into a total dumpster fire. So glad I didn't buy it. I knew that was going to be a stinker. I just knew it. I just knew it was. Okay, so where is the lead in this? Okay, so basic point of the story is Steam created this list of like everything that Sweet Baby Inc. is involved with. Avoid, you know, in the words of Ron Swanson, skim milk, avoid. And let's get to the reaction, shall we? Let's see. Despite this list being curated both based on publicly available information and with an intent to warn consumers no different than those at the heart of similar Steam curator pages, which bring attention to instances of censorship or de novo DRM, the fact that it's centered on their work specifically led to a public outcry over its existence from Sweet Baby Inc. employees. The first was consultant Maya Felix Kramer, who voiced her objection to the page amidst a Twitter thread decrying the recent speculation that audiences' rejection of DEI initiatives have played some part in the ongoing wave of video game industry layoffs. Quote, I get to see a lot of tweets somehow blaming diversity as the reason for layoffs, genuinely as if the economy was doing really great. And capitalism, ew, gross, simply worked before Miles Morales was Spider-Man. They don't recognize Miles as Spider-Man because he's not. Listen to me, Maya Felix Kramer. Peter Parker is Spider-Man. Miles Morales is Miles Morales. Miles Morales is a tokenized knockoff character that can never sell unless Peter Parker is part of it. So anyway, that's what Kramer had to say, who as an employee Basically, she's, which notably once served infamous feminist gaming critic Anita Sarkeesian. The weirdest part is when I see these takes from developers or people who have dev bios, at least, I don't know, it seems wild that a dev would see thousands of layoffs and blame not the industry giants, but instead a 15-person narrative company founded by a black woman. Oh my God. These racist wackos, these racist, disgusting, morally bankrupt people. I have no time for them. We have every right to warn the world that you are involved with these games. They suck. No one wants to buy them. That is capitalism working. It's you that cannot accept that capitalism works. It's like you can't. Yes. So, is there anything else I want to read from this blue hair land whale? I don't know. The other part of this is it doesn't matter if you tell them the truth. They think DEI just steps in and changes whole games. That creators are forced by some unseen hand, the government, BlackRock, I guess, as well as just POC in general, to make games more inclusive? Question. Because those things are all connected. No, we're not saying that BlackRock is literally telling you, I'm perfectly capable, Felix at home. I'm perfectly capable of believing that you are independently a whack job. I'm capable of that. I understand that you are a wacko who believes in the sick, woke worldview that sees all human beings as race and gender. And you believe in bizarre ideas like segregated college dorms and stupid shit like that. Yes, I can believe that you independently of BlackRock can believe all that crap. But here you are saying that, like, oh, it's not as if we force things by an unseen hand. Your own company says we are not strictly corrective, implying that you are corrective. That's what corrective means. Fighting misinformation would be great, but social media plus YouTube is not equipped to hold people accountable to doing real research in good faith, just getting hits and proving their point in the absence of confirmation. It's wild out there. Nothing has changed. Nothing. Well, I disagree. I think EA is firing 5% of their staff, so I think something is changing, which is you are woke and you're going broke. Ha! And that's all I have to say about that. Give me my applause, Mr. Producer. So, yeah, the wackos over at Sweet Baby Inc. are having a big old melty. They're having a big old melty because they're not getting their way anymore. My chair is too low now. There. Dang it. Now my chair is too low because I need a better ergonomic setup here. Okay, my apologies, chat. What do we have in the chat? Starfury says, no retreat, no surrender, never. We shall never surrender. We shall fight them on the beaches. We shall fight them in the fields. We shall defend our IPs. We shall never surrender. Tim Allen says, the actor that portrays Ron Swanson is woke AF. It's so disappointing, isn't it? Isn't it? That would be, what's his name? Nick something? It's very disappointing. Starfury says, the gunnery deck is ready. All artillery pieces are loaded. We await your order, sir. Yes. Sweet Baby Inc. Open fire. Full broadside. Ultimate Kahuna says, that's wild about the actor because he plays that part so well. I think they were trying to make fun of people like that, but he ended up being one of the favorites. I always thought that, like, Ron Swanson was, yes, he was definitely meant to be kind of lamb-skewering libertarians, but he also was often enough in that show right about things. And he was good. He was a likable character. And actually, I thought it was okay. I liked it because they also would skewer Leslie, who kind of represented the opposite. She's got this sort of, hyper idealistic liberal view of everything. And she's often proven to be naive and silly about things. And I felt that's funny. That's funny that like they skewer her, they skewer Ron Swanson. That's how it should be. That's good comedy. But then at the end of the series, it turned into a drama, not a comedy. It turned into a drama about Leslie basically being Hillary Clinton and being stunning and brave. And I was like, oh, screw this show. I'm done. I'm just so done. That ruined the show. That show came down with, what was that show? That was Parks and Recreation. I think, I don't know if that was TDS or what, but it was something like that. What else do we have? Let's see here. Okay. We've got a couple of things left. I want to do an EFAP mini, okay? Like not an EFAP highlight. This is apropos of nothing. It's not really related. It's not really related to any of my top stories, but I came across this and it was so funny and so strange. I just had to, I put it in the stack of stuff, and the captain needs a break. I've been talking and I'm panting here. Okay. And captain needs a break. So here we go. Star Fury, we're going to put our sweet prince to bed. Star Fury is off to bed, he buys. Have a great week, everyone. Goodbye, Star Fury. Your watch has ended for this stream, and there he goes. I'm going to let this video speak for itself. This video is entitled Apex Homosexual. You're probably wondering, what is this about? Well, it's about Tywin Lannister. It's about Charles Dance's portrayal of Tywin Lannister in the Game of Thrones TV series. Does that clear things up for you?
This little green man.
Who's the big slug guy?
Who's the big slug?
Spelled phonetically.
Homo. Let me skip this.
So, is anyone interested in at least checking that out for like a minute just to see what it is?
Yes.
Hat tip to EFAP, Every Frame of Pause. That would be a Mahler's channel called Mueller. And this is a great channel called EFAP Highlights, which is great because they do kind of like shorter clips of the larger EFAP show. Mahler came across this YouTuber with this video, okay? And he just got curious, you know? We nerds are curious. We're curious people. And he got curious about this fan theory about Tywin Lannister.
Look,
please.
Sure, go for it.
He also has a video that's called Bernie Sanders, homosexual.
Look at the way he sits there.
There's more. Napoleon is Islamic extremist.
So they're reading the other video titles in this YouTuber's in his channel.
That's what Napoleon's.
There's a wrestling one. That's good. HBK Shawn Michaels, gay Christian. That's funny to me. G-Man's gay ministry. What the fuck are those videos?
G-Man.
I know G-Man.
G-Man.
Yeah.
He does have a gay ministry.
Was Robert E. Lee gay?
Oh, definitely.
Dude, Redoubt, you gotta check out this guy's channel. I don't know what his channel is, but the title of the guy's video is Tywin Lannister homosexual. I just had to find out.
Republican, Tywin Lannister in Game of Thrones is in fact the ultimate homosexual character.
The ultimate homosexual. Well, hold on. Let me get my fucking notes out.
Like a total super fag.
I'll bet you'll take your notes just like a gay person with their notes.
That's phallic.
I'd like to know what the tiers of homosexual are. Is the entry-level protege homosexual?
It's like a whiteboard where you just all wrote it down. It's like, he is Tywin Lannister homosexual.
as you progress, you get to have like the length of that one.
Characters in the sector. Now, there are many openly homosexual characters in the story. However, Tywin...
That's not exactly true, because most of the gay characters in Game of Thrones are closeted because they live in a feudalistic society that doesn't approve of that.
Is special. Now, George R.R. Martin
He's
himself
the
is a
apex
homosexual,
homo.
and Tywin Lannister is sort of the character that he modeled on himself, or at least
The guy says, well, George R.R. Martin is a homosexual. Like, okay, well, what is your evidence for this, sir? He's married, isn't he? I don't. But he says, and he modeled Tywin Lannister after himself. Okay, well, we're off to the races.
what he thinks he would be if he lived in a fictional universe.
Is that so?
I didn't know that.
Now, where does the evidence come
I
from?
bet no one did.
Well, the first hint we get is that we meet Tywin, and he has been widowed for many years.
What
and
happens
yet-
with gay people? You meet them. It just makes sense.
He said he's been widowed for many years. Very typical of the gay to have an ex-living wife.
He has never taken a lover. He has no mistress. So far as we know, he never visits prostitutes.
Everyone knows the straights aren't. They have no fidelity. Those straights.
And most oddly of all, he doesn't have any bastard children dating back to the time of-
What?
No bastard children. Prove
He had no children out of wedlock, which means he must be gay. Okay.
If you don't have 5 or 6 baby mamas, you just a big old queer. You gotta use your dick, baby.
You have any bastards? Like, no. He's like, you gay?
of his youth. This is all highly unusual in the Game of Thrones universe, where
It's not though. A lot of the leading people don't have bastards. Even Ned Stark doesn't have a bastard. That's what we find out. Stannis doesn't have one. Renly doesn't have any bastards.
They're all gay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like, well, to be fair, Mahler, Renly is gay, so.
nearly everyone has mistresses.
Also, for anybody wondering, I'm going from show continuity because I think he's going from show continuity.
He ain't got no mistress.
Now,
He has a
moving
mistress.
Also, wait, yeah, what about fucking season 4?
Don't laugh at that.
Literally, season 4 finale, Tywin's got a whore in his bed. So,
Doesn't count.
A man whore.
and this shot is from season 4. So,
Teacup titties.
A bit, and now we're in
You're
spoiler
looking a little
country.
queer.
But rather the fact that he's a constant whoremonger. And
Can you
what
imagine someone being upset with that?
So he's talking about how part of his theory is that Tywin hates Tyrion because he's a whoremonger, and that proves he's gay.
he wants
Can you imagine
Tyrion,
a world?
He wants Tyrion to marry into a high-powered family to increase his fucking power in the country. It's not because he sleeps with people specifically. It's also a depraved little demon is kind of how he looks at him. God damn it. Literally, I don't know why I blanked it. Yeah, we know that Tywin likes girls. It's a very big piece of evidence in season 4 that apparently just... I'm curious if he's going to address that.
A real
Now,
straight
all
man.
3 of Tywin's children are also sexual deviants. Jaime and Cersei, they have some incestuous relations, and they have fought.
So because his kids are incestuous, that means he must be gay?
Obviously.
Dude, this whole video, it is such a rabbit hole. His theories get more and more. It's like, he basically comes up with, I want to get to the really good part.
Pesky
Is
ass
anything-
Bruce.
Is there anything gayer than really? I posit no, there is not.
I imagine being this man, like, and watching
They
TV
must-
shows. Fucking hell.
to win by
Yeah, because so the guy says, like, well, evidence that Tywin Lannister is as he puts it, the apex homosexual in Game of Thrones. He's a widower who is not remarried. His children are incestuous and deviants. He never has. He doesn't have any bastard children. He what was the other one? He's a bad general, and we know that homosexuals are not good generals. So he's got all these like these blankets. He acts like, oh, the other thing is, oh, this is the best one. His theory is that why Tywin is a homosexual is because unlike the straight men on the show who use the battlefield to win, Tywin Lannister schemes in the court. And that's what women do. And he also demonstrates jealousy. And that's a woman's trope. That's a woman's trait. And so basically, that means he's homosexual. And so Mahler's like, well, let's just stack this up here. Bad general, jealous, bad military commander, anything that's a woman's trait, which is bad, that means he's a homosexual. It's like, imagine being this man.
Marriages and win by personal relationships and by betrayal.
Yeah, real men kill through bloodshed and pain and conquest.
Tywin, twice that we know of in the show, brute forced his army through the gates of King's Landing and took it. So I don't agree with the idea that he's only ever done ruses.
Model of power, not by the manly, virtuous model of let's fight in the field and see who the better man is. We also
That's not how you determine who the... I mean, I guess his idea of virility is strictly based on bloodshed and conquest?
Dude, so like an army of 10,000 show up to this guy's house and he's like, I will fight your best man. And then they're like, no, we're just going to assault the house. He's like, what are you, gay?
Yeah, sure.
All right, hat tip EFAP. I just thought I'd share. It amused me, folks. That just amused me. I was like, that guy. The problem with EFAP though, even the short version, true to the name, every frame a pause. They pause on every frame, so you can't even get like a full sentence. Although that one was pretty entertaining. So, dude, the guy's sitting here spinning all these fan theories, but I love how they immediately cut to it like. The guy had a whore in his bed. In the season you're talking about. Like, it's so hilarious. All right, Tim Allen says, okay, have to do some family functions. Have to head out. Well, it was good seeing you, Tim. Thanks for joining the Captain's Cast. And there he goes. Permission to disembark granted, sir. Never required, but always granted. I know. Gay equals incest. Yeah, it's like... The internet is an endless source of WTF. It just is. It's like, what a bizarre fan theory. Like, what a strange obsession. You know, it's like, what strange clues to pick up on. I thought that was funny. Okay, what else we got in the stack of stuff? Star Trek Discovery. After 5 robust, illustrious seasons, is finally going to give up the ghost. They are finally going to end this giant turd. And so we're going to watch the not Star Wars. It's been too much Star Wars talk today. The Star Trek Discovery final season trailer, and I will have to appeal to get my video unblocked after this. But I'm willing to risk it. So one of the benefits of being here live is that you won't see this segment cut out. Oh, wait. I almost just instinctively, I put a like on the video. I had to, oh no, unlike that. Downvote it. Downvote that bitch. I'm not liking that. All right. Anyway, we are going to jump into this video in just a short moment. Don't go away, but the captain is going to take a short break, and I will be right back. we are back. And we have more in the stack of stuff. You are watching the Captain's Cast on the Swords and Starships channel. And I am your host, Captain Garrett. And that title is a prestigious title that I earned through many painstaking years of rising through the fictional ranks of a fictional military, fictional maritime service. So let's just, Star Trek, speaking of maritime, Star Trek Discovery just is, well, it's one of the worst things that's ever happened to nerds until the next worst thing that happened. But let's check it. Let's just see what they've got in store for us in their final season. Thank God it's finally ending. And this video is ratioed, by the way. You can see it here on my screen. Ratioed. Nobody likes this. Isn't that incredible, folks? This is why I say, like, the era of streaming has destroyed creativity. There were bad, stupid shows written by, like, just incompetent people. As long as there's been TV, as long as there's been movies, there's nothing new about that. But the difference was that, like, they didn't last, that, like, their shows got canceled. With streaming, these shows, they just keep going. They just keep going and going and going. And then when nobody likes them and nobody watches them, they can just rely on the fact that the dislike button is hidden. So anyhow, wow me, Kurtzman. Wow me.
It has been a hell of a journey. But everything ends someday.
The Discovery is my home.
Okay, stop right there. This is what I mean when I say chat GPT writing. Every single thing they say is generic, just generic. Discovery is my home. Everything comes to an end. And it's meant to sound profound and meaningful. And it's like, that does not even come close to, like, the final moments of Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, you know, with Kirk and Spock on opposite sides of the glass, and Spock is dying, and he puts his hand to the glass and he says, I have been and ever will be your friend. You know, just like the meaning of that is so powerful and it's so character driven. And it's like, with this crap, all you get is Chat GPT, just basic bitch lines.
My family. We've always been able to find answers together.
Being a part of a crew, being where you need to be, when you need to be, that...
Oh my God, Tilly. Oh my God. Who's worse, Tilly or Raffi? That's a tough one. Raffi in Star Trek Picard or Tilly? Oh, I hate these two characters with a passion you just can't believe. Dude, Tilly is on the level of Buttface for me. You know, the same way that I look at Paul Schreiber, Buttface, and I'm like, the show wants me to like this man's face. That's why he's so repulsive to me. The show wants to mush his face onto everything, and just they want me to watch this grown man cry when he's supposed to be the Master Chief and I'm supposed to like it. Okay? Tilly's like the same thing. She's fat. She's fat. Can we just not avoid the elephant in the room? She does not look fit for military service. In military service, you have to be physically fit. So that's number one. Number two, she is emotionally a complete train wreck. She has no emotional maturity. She can't handle stressful situations. Therefore, she is incompetent. She is incompetent. I am meant to like this character because she is cheerful. Well, frankly, an out-of-shape, incompetent fool with psychological problems who is cheerful does not endear me to her being an officer who at one point is given command of the ship. So she's the female buttface, is my point. Who's worse, her or Raffi? I don't know. Probably Raffi. Probably Raffi, because Raffi is the least earned of all characters in a Star Trek show.
At Starfleet.
Last dance. I shall follow your lead.
The greatest treasure in the known galaxy is out there. It's more important than you can imagine.
you know, it's so melodramatic. That's like one of the problems with it. It's a soap opera. It's a really bad CW soap opera. What was the point I had about, like, hang on. Where is it? I really despise this character of Michael Burnham.
Last dance.
I shall follow your lead.
Let's just get it over with. Just get it over with.
You could be very dangerous in the wrong hands. This clue is the most important thing. We have to keep it safe.
It's a fetch quest. It is a Mandalorian fetch quest. It's so boring. Let me check, make sure I'm not getting any warnings here. You're exactly right, Fu Man Blue. You're exactly right. Where is it? Where's your comment? I thought I found... Oh, there it is. Yeah. You had to say the Spock line and get my allergies fired up. I know. You got to take that Allegra. Those allergies, they'll get you. You know what? Grown men are permitted to cry when Spock dies, okay? That is a rare but approved exception to the rule.
Let's fly.
That's exact... God, this is it. This is what it is. They confuse the idea of the optimistic utopian federation, the idea of Starfleet as an adventure. They confuse it with a carnival tourist ride, like a tourist amusement park ride. Starfleet is not it is not a ball pit for adults. You know, it is not a McDonald's ball pit for adults. You do not join Starfleet to be giddy and running around like an idiot and doing dopey things in space because it feels fun. That is not what Starfleet is, right? But that's what it is in Kurtzman Trek. And that's what bugs me about this trailer. It's like, yes, do we want joy and optimism in our Star Trek, in our Superman, in One Piece? Yes, but there is a way to do joy and optimism while still having the story be about adults. You know what I mean? This is what I mean when I say I watch Shogun, I watch Dune, and I'm like, oh my God, this is what it's like when adults are writing fiction. This is what it's like. This is idiot children that write this crap. This is a theme park ride. This is not Starfleet. Oh my God, I hate all that. Woo! Yeehaw!
My crew.
Why is this man naked in the trailer? That's so... What is with this? Why are they always trying to get the strong men in their birthday suit in these weird shows on Paramount?
The family I found in Starfleet.
Oh my God. Folks, may I show you the future of our species? This is the future the woke are building for us. The future is very round. It is very androgynous. It is very concerned with what pronouns are appropriate.
I found in Starfleet. We made a pretty good team.
I love it. You cannot go. Listen. It's one thing to have gay characters in a show. Okay, gay characters in a show, fine. That's honestly not even been a big deal for about 20 years. You cannot go 5 minutes in Star Trek Discovery without this guy, Stamets, kissing his boyfriend. It's so bad. There's nobody else kissing. It's just him. It's just him kissing his boyfriend every other scene. Discovery. Oh my God, I hate Kurtzman Trek with such a passion. I just, it's so funny. I was totally blue-pilled when this series started, okay? When this series started, I heard what it was going to be, and I was like, oh, they're doing a prequel. It takes place 10 years before Kirk, and I rolled my eyes. I immediately was pissed. I was tired of prequels then. I'm even more tired of them now. I am tired of In fact, I was actually quite hostile to House of the Dragon when I heard about it for exactly the same reason. I don't want a Game of Thrones prequel. I'm tired of prequels. I want the story to move forward. That's what I want. What happened after the Dominion War? What happened after Voyager got home? I want that story. I don't, and no, this is past Garrett saying this. This is not present Garrett, because I'm done with Star Trek. Star Trek is over for me. I've laid it to rest. It's over. And it was good while it lasted. I'm not even really worried about it ever being saved. I don't care. It had its day, and I've made my peace with that. I'm just saying that when I heard this come out, like, that was my attitude. However, I was cautiously optimistic. The J.J. Abrams movies weren't so bad, I guess, and they brought in new fans. Let's see what they do. I watched the very first episode of Discovery, and I did not immediately hate it, but I really was not liking it. And one of the very first things that pissed me off, well, obviously the Klingons had no hair, which made no sense. Why are you redoing the Klingons? See, that's because they hate Star Trek. That's why. They think they look dumb. They think Worf and Martok and Gowron, they think they look stupid. That's really what Kurtzman and his troop of idiots think, right? So we got to make it look good for a modern audience. So they changed the Klingons. Fine. But then they have Michael Burnham commits a court-martial. She commits mutiny. She mutinies her captain. She is court-martialed. Now, I am a lifelong fan of Star Trek, so I am familiar with. I've seen there have been court-martials in the Star Trek series. You can reference them. Commander Worf has a court-martial in Deep Space Nine. Janeway has a asylum hearing for the Q. Picard negotiates the human rights of Data before a court-martial. You have a court hearing for the Doctor in Voyager regarding his rights as a sentient being. So there are plenty of examples of court proceedings in Star Trek to draw from. So when Discovery happens, they put Michael Burnham, which is a stupid name for a character, but they put Michael Burnham in front of this dark, dour Soviet Politburo, and they're all in the shadows, and they're like, "You, Michael Burnham, you're guilty. And I'm like, this isn't Starfleet. Starfleet doesn't do things this way. Why is it so dark? Why is it? And then they say, you are sentenced to hard labor. And I'm like, what? The Federation does not have prisons like this. This is what the Klingons do. This isn't what the Federation does. So then they show Michael Burnham, and she's on this shuttle on her way to prison, and it's like something out of the Vin Diesel movies, Chronicles of Riddick, right? They're all in these dingy, jumper suits, and she's surrounded by all these scary-looking cons, and they're all talking about how they're all in for hard labor, and it's a deadly, dangerous place we're going to. And I was like, this is not Star Trek. Then they get to the Jason Isaacs captain, and I love Jason Isaacs, don't get me wrong, but they have him playing this dark, dour, frankly, creepy character. He is this creepy character who is very depressing. He's not at all like a Starfleet captain. And I'm like, this is not Star. So my point is, I knew right off the bat something was wrong, but I kept letting them burn me. I just kept watching more and more episodes thinking, is this at some point going to get better? And it took me a while to finally realize it's never getting better. It's like they do not understand what Star Trek is. And now it's like, I just get a whiff of this, and it's the worst crap. Wrangler says it's not male, not female. It's soy incarnate. I know. I will never forget the episode of Star Trek Discovery. STD, as Gary Nerdrotic appropriately calls it, the episode in which Stamets and his... Oh, wait, no. Was it Stamets? Yeah, it was Stamets and his husband, who are often seen kissing in the corridors of the Discovery. They are at a console in engineering, and the they-them character has fallen asleep. By the way, this is a character from the 29th century. Not the 23rd, the 29th century is what this character is from. The character has given them the obligatory pronouns lecture. By the way, I go by they, them, and I am non-binary, and blah, 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 blah. And this character has fallen asleep at the console, and Stamets and his husband, who he loves to kiss frequently in the corridors of Discovery, are kind of, oh, look at how cute they are. Look at how cute they are. They're all tuckered out. I wonder if we've given them too much work. And at first I was like, who are they talking about? There's only one person in the room. And I literally was confused at first. I'm like, why, who's the other person in the room? And I'm trying to figure this out. And also, why are they saying it so much? And then suddenly it hit me. I'm like, oh my God, they're giving us a lesson. They're giving us a lesson in pronouns. Literally, the scene shoehorned the they, them pronouns into as many lines of dialogue as humanly possible so that we as the audience could be dutifully lectured by our Soviet overlords about the proper use of pronouns. It was so unbelievable. I was like, wow, if you just leave that aside, this dialogue serves no purpose. It doesn't advance anything in the story. It is literally just in the show so we can get a demonstration of how to incorrectly use plural pronouns in service of the sick mind, woke mind virus. It's awful. It's absolutely awful. Kahuna says, House of the Dragon was dope, dude. Don't slam your kahunas against it. I love House of the Dragon. Did I not make that clear? I may have not made that clear. I was saying I was hostile before it happened because I thought I don't want a prequel, but then I watched it and I was like, oh, this is great. And I literally just rewatched the whole series. It's excellent. So no, I'm a huge House of the Dragon fan. Cannot wait for the next season. And by the way, Gary at Nerdrotic, shut the fuck up about Blood and Cheese. I don't want to hear about it. I know he's not spoiling what it is. I don't want to hear about it. Stop talking about it. Ryan Kinnell, stop talking about it. I know you've read the book. I don't want you to spoil it. I'm excited to discover it. I'm very excited. I want to see. I can't wait to see what it is. So I've not read the book, and so the book readers are all. Look, A Drink with Crazy. Royce was talking about how to him, and it's fine if that's his view on things. He does. Spoilers don't matter to him. I'm just here, and he said like, it should not matter. The first viewing, third viewing, 100th viewing. If it's good, it's good. It's like, I'm sorry. There was only one time that I could experience the Red Wedding the way that it's meant to be experienced. One time only. And that is when that thing happens, it is one of the most, it is the most shocking thing I have ever seen in a TV series ever. I had never seen anything like that in my entire history of viewing television series. It just had never, and I watched 24, and 24 had some Red Wedding level kind of things going on. I had never seen anything like the Red Wedding. It was stunning. I think that's a benefit. That's a benefit of not having read the books. I thought that was fun. That was fun to, well, actually, no. That was actually one of the least fun things I've ever experienced in a TV viewing, because I watched all my characters I was rooting for get murdered. That was so bad. Dude, I'll never forget my literal face at the end of the show was, I'm just staring at the credits rolling, and I'm just like, what? What? How? What? I just stood there, slack-jawed for like 5 minutes. And then I kind of wandered onto the porch, and I was like, Rob and the wolves too? How? I couldn't even deal with it for like a long time. And I was like, I hate this show. I'm never watching another episode of this. Also, that was brilliant. Also, that was incredible. I've never seen anything like that. I had mixed feelings about it. I still do. God, you've got to admire the ruthlessness of the Red Wedding. You as a storyteller, that's the most ruthless frickin' thing I've ever seen. It's just like, I mean, as a writer to their audience, like that was brutality. That was brutality. Now, this is the thing that idiots like Alex Kurtzman and J.D. Payne and McKay, this is the thing that they don't understand about things like the Red Wedding. The thing they don't understand about it is that the Red Wedding was literally 3 years of careful setup, carefully putting the pieces in place to build up to that. It took 3 seasons of that show to earn that moment. And it was a complex story that when it reached fruition, it was like, wow. In retrospect, that was inevitable. Like, in retrospect, that was always going to happen, right? That's the brilliance of how it was written. You can't just whip out something like that anytime you want and have it work, you know? So anyway. So there you go. Wrangler says, and when they warp these things, no pun intended, they say to quit crying because the originals still exist. Well, kind of. Get physical copies while you can. I know they're going to keep reworking those things, but I don't know, man. It's like I could say that Star Trek The Next Generation will always be there, but I really agree with Red Letter Media's take on this, because they were talking about how, like, they were doing their reviews of Picard Season 2, and which is how I experienced Picard Season 2. I just watched the Red Letter Media on those. And at the end of it, he's like, there's a scene in this movie, Stand By Me, which is about these boys a boy who discovers a dead body in the woods, and he goes and tells all of his friends, hey, I found this dead body in the woods. We got to go see it, or something like that. I haven't actually seen the movie, but he's talking about this movie. And he's talking about the whole movie is about these boys on this adventure to go get a look at this dead body. But then when they actually look at it, it changes them in a way. And there's this kind of you can't go home again sort of moment of like, they've lost their innocence. They've lost their youth. And there's this kind of regret and tragedy about it. And they can't go back to the way things were before they saw the body, And his point was like, that's how I feel about Picard and Star Trek. I've seen this body rotting in the forest. I can't go back to the way I used to look at Star Trek now. And I kind of agree with him on that. Like, I watched Star Trek The Next Generation, and even with the kind of redemption of Star Trek Picard Season 3, which was a gift, and thank you, Terry Metalis, we are forever in your debt, we fans. I get the feeling I can't go back to the way things were. I just can't. I look at Star Trek Next Generation, and some of the magic is still there, but it's had its day. It's had its day. Ultimate Kahuna says, they brought back Game of Thrones fans a Herculean task, if there ever was one. Oh, dude, you have no idea. Like, that was moving a mountain. House of the Dragon was. Like, I can't believe they brought me back, because I really liked the Daenerys character. I liked Daenerys Targaryen. I was very invested in her story. And I cannot describe how betrayed I felt by the ending of her character. I thought, wow. I mean, yeah, they've character assassinated a lot of male heroes, but that's the first time I've ever seen a female character assassinated the way they usually do. The way they do Luke Skywalker, the way they did Indiana Jones, the way they've done Picard. That's what they did to Dany in Game of Thrones. They turned her with almost no reason into a maniac, an absolute maniac. And I was like, that doesn't even fit her character. Maybe there was a possible... I mean, I always thought there was a version of her story where she becomes the Mad Queen. I actually did think that was a possible endpoint for her character, but not like overnight, not for no reason, not with no setup. And then even Jon Snow, who I never was that wild about, but he kind of redeemed himself after the Battle of the Bastards. I actually liked him a lot after that. They ruined his character. Like the moment where he kills her at the end is so awful. It's so wrong. Everything about it is just wrong. None of it fits. I hated all of it. So yeah, it's amazing they brought me back with House of the Dragon. And I would just say it's House of the Dragon. It's too good, man. Dude, that was a hell of a feat that season, because they not only did they have the characters aging and the actors changing multiple times throughout the season, they had multiple like leaps forward in time. The time period was changing all the time. Like, I can't even believe they pulled that off. That was incredible. That is a rare feat of writing. That takes some serious talent to pull that off. So very impressive. And I think the Paddy Constantine as that character, Viserys, I mean, talk about a dark horse character. You know, the first like 3 or 4 episodes, I didn't care that much about Viserys. I saw him as kind of a weak king. He was the least interesting character. Well, not the least, but he was one of the less interesting characters in the show for me, the King Viserys. I was more interested in I was very interested in Matt Smith's Daemon Targaryen. I thought he was super cool. I was very invested in actually Lord Corlys. I mean, first of all, Lord Corlys is a nautical man, and the captain respects that. Also, he's the master of ships. I mean, how can you not love that? I was very interested in his war with the crab feeder. I thought the crab feeder was super exciting. But then Viserys slowly but surely becomes this, like I always talk about, like the layers, man. He had layers, which reminds me, Stormcrow, I owe you, Stormcrow. I meant to break this out sooner and I forgot to. So we'll get into this. But, you start to learn that Viserys is not the weak man that you think he is. And by the end of his story, it's like, wow. You did not know who this character was. Who you thought he was is not who he was. That is brilliant storytelling. Same thing with Rhaenyra. Same thing with Alicent. Alicent and Rhaenyra have amazing arcs in that story. You know, Rhaenyra starts out as this spoiled little princess who's bitching about the patriarchy, basically, and basically saying, I don't need no man. I don't want to be no mother. I ain't popping out no babies. Ew, gross. By the end of it, she's this devoted mother who's like this warrior queen. You know, I say warrior in the sense, not physically warrior, but like her mental toughness as a character is absolutely incredible by the end of it. And it was learned. It was learned from Viserys. It was learned through her failures and her mistakes. Alicent, same deal. She learns hard truths about the world. Really brilliant stuff. And then, what was the other, like, yes, there's a scene in House of the Dragon where Rhaenyra, spoilers for House of the Dragon, Rhaenyra becomes queen, okay, and she's kind of learning to like start to take command. She's telling all of her small council what to do. They start to kind of like run over her a little bit and like, no, Your Grace, we have to do this and we have to do that. And they start arguing amongst themselves, and she eventually just like takes control because she's kind of learning her way through it. And then she's like, and then Daemon, her husband, disagrees with her on something. And she realizes that he is directly challenging her in front of all of her advisors, and she can't let that go unchallenged. And so she says, give us the room. She dismisses all of her advisors, and she basically starts to like read Daemon the riot act, right? And Daemon has been showing her respect, and he's loyal to her, and he's her husband, but Daemon is still Daemon, right? And so she's starting to just read him the riot act and tell him like how, and without any warning, he just grabs her by the throat, and he just starts choking her. And it was shocking because he's just like, your father was weak and you've learned his bad habits. And I'm like, whoa. And she is visibly terrified. And I just thought, see now, why that's such great storytelling is because, number one, the wokies could never write that. They could never write that because she's a strong, independent woman and she don't need no man. The fact of the matter is, Daemon is a dangerous man. He has been a dangerous man from the very beginning of the series. She likes that about him. She likes that he's a dangerous man. So, but that is a double-edged sword, right? She's living life a little dangerously with him, and this is her paying a price for that. She's now reaping the consequence of loving a man she knows damn well is dangerous and unpredictable. And this is him acting in character, right? He loves her, but he's a dangerous man. And I just like that because it's honest, it's true to his character, it's shocking, you know, it's scary, it's frightening to see her that weak and vulnerable before him. It also is good for her character because that's a problem. That's a problem that if she's going to win this Game of Thrones, she's going to have to figure out how to handle Daemon because she is at a serious disadvantage. He is a physical warrior. He is a threat in that sense to her physically. So she's got to figure out how to be the kind of leader that can command his respect and obedience. How's she going to do that? Well, I don't know. I don't know how she's going to do that. I find that fun and interesting. I find that a great challenge for her character. I find that to be fantastic character work, truly. Well, she was kind of, she seemed like the typical girl boss in the beginning of the show, Kahuna, because you're mentioning she would have started out strong. She started out like the typical spoiled brat girl boss. The difference is it turned out that was just her being a teenage girl who's grown up as a princess. And she had lessons to learn. That was great. That was really great. So anyway, just like a male heir. By the way, the other great thing about Rhaenyra is later in the show, she has sons, right? And her sons are trying to learn to be leaders. And there's a great scene in which one of her sons says, "I wish I could be like you, mother. I wish I could be so perfect." And she says, "My dear, I am as far from perfect as any human could be." And he says, but you're so good at all this. You're so good at being royalty. You're so good at being a queen, a leader. And she says, "I learned from my father. He taught me just as I will teach you." And I thought, wow. Remember that? It's like, remember when we could just put aside all this identity politics nonsense and just have it be that these are individuals. They have strengths and weaknesses. They have lessons to learn, like proper nuanced characters. So I thought I would share this with you, my dear chat, and with you, Stormcrow. If you're still out there, or if you're catching it on the restream, I discovered something that is a tool I myself am using. Let me share screen. So, if you don't know, I am a huge fan of the reimagined Battlestar Galactica series. It's like one of my favorite series of all time. I would say it's kind of the Lord of the Rings of TV shows for me. I just absolutely love it. And it's also, the showrunner was Ronald D. Moore, who was a showrunner on Star Trek, when Star Trek was good. And Ronald D. Moore has more writing capability than Alex Kurtzman has in his Pinky. So, or I'm sorry, I have that backwards. Ronald D. Moore has more writing ability in his Pinky than Alex Kurtzman has. There you go. That's my very non-eloquent indictment of Alex Kurtzman. So this is the Battlestar Galactica series Bible. You can find this online. Dude, if you are a writer, especially if you're thinking about pitching a TV show or something like that, this is excellent. And if you don't know, a series Bible is basically whenever you're pitching a TV series or developing a TV series, you sort of create a kind of encyclopedia of the show, and it basically describes the characters and everything. Dude, this is an incredible read. This is an incredible read. Okay, so I'll just give you a snippet, right? So this is after they had premiered the Battlestar Galactica miniseries, which is effectively the premiere of the TV show, but really it's a made-for-TV movie. And then the TV show picks up after the events of the miniseries. Okay, so this is the opening of the Battlestar Galactica series Bible. The fundamentals of Battlestar Galactica. Our show is built on the idea that a science fiction series can employ groundbreaking special effects, dynamic cinematography, realistic situations, believable characters, and explore contemporary social and political issues without sacrificing dramatic tension or excitement. The pilot delivered an intense, visceral experience to our audience, ratcheting up the tension steadily and efficiently over the course of 2 nights. And it is the task of the series to maintain that tense environment and bring viewers back week after week to experience the thrills and cliffhangers inherent in the story of a fugitive fleet on the run, one step away from destruction. To that end, our series employs a 3-tiered structure to maintain tension and suspense every week. By the way, folks, I'm showing this to you because this is what not stupid people do when they want to create a series. This is how adults produce good television, right? They do this kind of, this is what's called work. This is what's called work, right? This is the work that was done in order to make a brilliant series like Battlestar Galactica. So resuming with the quote. To that end, our series employs a 3-tiered structure to maintain tension and suspense every week, similar to the one employed by the classic TV series Hill Street Blues, but never attempted in science fiction. This structure lets us keep the pressure on our characters every week through the use of a long-term continuing storyline, while at the same time allowing for weekly standalone stories designed to hook in viewers who may not have watched last week's episode. The 3-tiered structure, explained in greater detail later, breaks down as follows. Number 1, series arcs. Number 2, multi-episode arcs. And number 3, episodic arcs. The series arcs run through the life of the show, and if you don't know, arc is a term that just means, I'm sure this audience knows, but basically it just means kind of the story, right? The basic story for the series, the story, the progression of the story for the multi-episodes and the episodic, right? So it's the progression of the story. The series from beginning to end. The series arcs run through the life of the show, dealing with the long-term stories, such as the Cylon pursuit of our fleet, while the multi-episode arcs allow us to spend 2 to 4 episodes dealing with a specific crisis, say on one planet discovered by Galactica, and the episodic arcs provide close-end narratives for each show, and giving any viewer a chance to watch this week's episode. Hello, Disney! Hello! Hello, Dave Filoni! Hello, D+. You need to read this. This is how you produce a series, you know? Open quote. By employing this structure, we gain the benefits of long-term storytelling. What is that word? Embroidering? On the existing tensions and situations in the premise, which have already hooked our audience, and thereby delivering a richer and more compelling experience to the dedicated viewer, while at the same time making allowance for hooking the more casual viewer who may not be familiar with the long-term tales but is drawn into the week's episodic storyline. The key to the success of this series is to never, ever let the air out of the balloon. The Battlestar Galactica lives in a perpetual state of crisis, one in which the Cylons can appear at any moment, and where terrorist bombs, murderers, rebellions, accidents, and plagues are the unfortunate routines of day-to-day life. There are no days for our characters, I think they mean days off, no safe havens, nothing. Approaching the quiet okay, actually, let me reread that. There are no days for our characters, no safe havens, nothing approaching the quiet, normal existence they once knew. They are on the run for their very lives. This series is about a chase. Let the chase begin. Folks, that is an amazing mission statement. That is an absolutely banger mission statement for a series. This is 53 pages. This is 53 pages. So they start with the mission statement, right? Next, we have the 12 colonies. So Stormcrow, especially if you're out there, you were asking me a couple of weeks ago, how do you keep your character straight? I'm not saying you have to do all of this for a novel because this is for a whole TV series. Still, if you're creating a world, it could not hurt to do something like this. I'm doing something like this for what I'm working on, Galaxyborn. I'm doing something I'm actually using this as a template. So the 12 colonies, their history, their religion, their culture and society, their technology. By the way, I've read most of this, and it's amazing. It's so awesome. The Cylons, their culture and society, their technology. This is my favorite part of the Bible. Character biographies. And remember, you asked that question, Stormcrow, about how do you keep your characters straight? This is brilliant. This is a brilliant way to do it. Character biographies for Commander William Adama, my favorite character in the show, President Laura Roslin, Captain Lee Adama, Lieutenant Kara Thrace, a.k.a. Starbuck, played by the magnificent Katie Sackhoff, another of my all-time favorite characters, Colonel Salt, these are all my favorites, let's face it, Colonel Saltai, Dr. Gaius Baltar, oh my god, I love Gaius Baltar so much, Chief Galen Tyrrell, Lieutenant Sharon Valeri, and Caprica 6. They have a section on storylines, tension, structure, the Cylons, plot-driven stories, character stories, season 1 story arcs, and character arcs. So notice they have not just the story arcs for season 1, hello Dave Filoni, not just what's going to happen, but the character arcs for each character. This would have been helpful for characters like, I don't know, Balon, Admiral Thrawn. Think if Dave Filoni had this for Admiral Thrawn. And I'm going to show you William Adama's in just a second. It's going to blow you away. Okay. There's more. The Battlestar Galactica itself, its history, its combat operations, its flight operations, the CIC, Maneuvering Galactica, damage control, enlisted and officers, faster than light travel, the Red Line. Everything is accounted for in this. And it's like 50 pages of this. Okay, let me read to you one of the character biographies. Now, why am I bringing this up? I'm bringing this up because this is the work that idiots in the MCU do not do. This is the work that the writers of Secret Invasion did not do. This is the work that the Ahsoka series, Lucasfilm, is not doing. Character biographies, Commander William Adama. Adama was born and raised on the colony of Caprica in a small By the way, not all of this is explained in the show, right? This is backstory. Not every detail in this is specifically shown on screen. However, and this is crucial, my dear sailors and starnauts, every detail that is in this backstory contributes to Adama's character in the show. You know, the objects you see in his quarters, the way he reacts in certain situations, the things he likes, the things that piss him off. These details, whether you hear about them in the show or not, play a role in how his character comes across. That would be the 3 layers I'm talking about: the conscious layer, the subconscious layer, the deep-seated layer. All the characters in Battlestar Galactica have all 3 in spades, okay? So resuming with the biography, Adama was born and raised on the colony of Caprica in a small coastal community. His mother, Evelyn, was an accountant, and his father, Joseph, was a prominent attorney who specialized in criminal defense and civil liberties. From his mother, he inherited a sharp analytical mind, and from his father, a passion for the law and the freedoms enshrined within it. Adama also grew up with a love of the sea and ships. Now, he never says this in the show, but in his quarters, he's always shown working on this model of a wooden ship that looks kind of like the HMS Victory. It's one of my favorite little things that's in his quarters. His parents divorced when Adama was 10 years old, and he shuttled between the 2 households until he applied to the Colonial Fleet Academy at age 16. That same year, the Cylon War broke out, and Adama's training was accelerated along with all the other midshipmen. You can tell Ronald D. Moore loves nautical maritime tradition. Yeah, he loves it. Adama was commissioned in 3 years and initially wanted to serve aboard one of the frontline cruisers. But by that point, the Defense Ministry had brought the first Battlestars into service, and there was a desperate need for pilots. 2 years of flight training would go by before Adama joined his first squadron aboard the Galactica. He was a gifted, natural pilot, and he shot down a Cylon fighter in his very first combat mission. But the war was winding down by the time Adama joined the fleet, and he saw only a few battles before the armistice was declared. After the war was over, Adama was mustered out of the service along with millions of other colonials as part of the demobilization process. He went home to Caprica and married his high school sweetheart and started life over. Unable to work as a pilot, Adama signed up as a deckhand in the merchant fleet and spent several years working as a common sailor aboard tramp freighters plying the shipping lanes between the colonies. It was this experience which would later give him uncommon insight in the lives and struggles of the enlisted ranks aboard of Galactica. He continued to reapply for a regular commission in the fleet every year, but to no avail. It was in this period that Adama met Saul Tigh, another out-of-work pilot, and the two of them became best friends. The birth of his two sons, Lee and Zach, brought some comfort to Adama, but he was still restless, still eyeing a return to the fleet. Eventually, his request was granted, and Adama put on a uniform once again. The remainder of his career was spent in peacetime service, moving between boring shore assignments and the more coveted posting in the fleet. He served in a variety of positions, but always jumped at any chance to get in the cockpit, maintaining his flight status right up until the end. At the same time, the return to service put too much strain on the marriage, and he and his wife divorced, leaving custody of the two children with her. Adama moved up steadily through the ranks and eventually began to command ships in the fleet. 5 years ago, he was finally given the command he'd always wanted, the Battlestar Galactica, the first ship he'd ever served aboard. By the time Adama got Galactica, she was being phased out of active duty and spending more time as a PR ship, but no matter. Galactica was special, and as Adama approached retirement age, he was glad of the chance to end his career aboard her. Adama kept in touch with his sons as best he could, but distance and the demands of the service being what they were never close. Although Adama tried to instill in his sons a sense of duty and admiration for military service, it was still something of a surprise to him when first Lee and then Zach decided to enter the fleet and become pilots. When Zach died during a training flight, Lee confronted his father at the funeral and laid blame for his younger brother's death at Adama's feet. Lee and his father did not speak for the ensuing 2 years. Adama is a bit of an anomaly. He is both a career military officer and a passionate civil libertarian. Adama believes in the military, believes it's a noble profession, but like his father, he's also a fierce advocate for the liberties and freedoms on which the colonies were founded. This duality in his personality have often put him at odds with the military establishment and has definitely held him back and prevented him from making admiral. He's a bit of a historian, versed in the classics from a young age by his mother, and views the world through the prism of the larger historical context. He's also an avid sports fan and a lover of the great outdoors, often spending his leave in remote wilderness and campsites alone. Folks, that is how you put in work on your story. This is before they are writing a script. This is before they are filming. And it goes like you've got President Laura Rosalind, 2.5 pages. Captain Lee Adama, 2.5 pages. Lieutenant Kareth Race. Dude, I'd love to read all these to you, but I don't want to bore you. I don't want to overstay my welcome. My favorite, by the way, is Gaius Baltar. Dude, because interestingly enough, there are things Baltar claims. He claims he's a farmer in like season 4. Season 4, he claims he was raised a farmer and nobody believes him. And what's great about it is Baltar is such a pathological liar that we as the audience don't actually know if it's true or not. I even thought that when he says it, it seems tacked on. I remember thinking, I was like, that seems tacked on. Very convenient that in season 4, Baltar seems very sympathetic now that he's talking about his humble beginnings as a farmer. Folks, then I found this Bible, and check this out. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but just this piece. Dr. Gaius Baltar. Gaius Baltar was born... This is before they wrote season 1, folks. Gaius Baltar was born and raised on a farm on the colony of Sagittarian. His family had worked the land for 3 generations, but even as a boy, Gaius hated farm life. One of his earliest memories is getting his boots stuck in a pile of cow shit and having to walk back to the house in tears in his stocking feet. Fortunately, his parents were not just simple farmers, but owned a large and sprawling agribusiness controlling millions of acres across the planet, and Gaius could eschew farm life for the study of science and math, disciplines which seemed as exotic and exciting as agriculture was boring and mundane. I'll never forget when I read that, folks. I was stunned because I thought that him being a farmer in his backstory was an afterthought in season 4. And it turns out they knew this about him in season 1. And it never gets brought up in 3.5 seasons of the show. Folks, but it's there. That's the point I'm getting at. It's still there. guiding his character, guiding the performance of James Callis, who's performing that character. As an actor, he has this to read and to go back on. He doesn't have to use every element in his performance at all times, but he knows as an actor that it's there. And I think, you know, when Rosario Dawson is doing Ahsoka, she doesn't have this. You know, people point out Rosario Dawson is a great actress. Why was Ahsoka so bad in live action? Well, because she doesn't have this. Not only does she not have a good script, I guarantee you, she does not have a series Bible that has anything approaching this level of depth. And it's so fascinating. It's like if you're asking yourself, how do I write a great show? How do I write a great novel? How do I write a great screenplay? There's your answer. You got to do the backstory work, and it's heavy lifting. It's not always fun to write this stuff, and it can be difficult because you often have to revise it and edit it. But like, to this day, what a great lesson as a writer to like read that and to have in my head that like, oh, they just kind of threw that in as an afterthought. But then I read that he was a farmer from the beginning, and it's a brilliant part of his character at the end of the story, I think. So, hat tip to Ronald D. Moore. I mean, that is talent at work. And I saw that, and I thought of Stormcrow, and I thought of the rest of you, my dear sailors, because Stormcrow's always asking about this stuff. But I thought of all of you, my dear sailors and Starnauts. You know, we are often asking ourselves, like, why do they keep making this trash? And obviously, you know, the woke mind virus is a part of it, because in the woke mind virus, as long as you're carrying the message, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether it's good or not. The shills are proof of that. But let's put that up to one side, because that's only one part of what's happening. The woke mind virus is sort of what let the fox into the henhouse, right? But is the woke mind virus the fox? I actually think the fox is mediocrity, laziness, just frankly incompetence, right? Because DEI is allowing people that have not done this work, who don't know how to do this work, and who frankly don't even care enough to do this work. It is what has allowed all of them to populate all of these texts. And of course, anytime they do a slipshod, crappy job, and they get roasted for it, and I have no doubt that many of them believe this when they say it. They say that I am the victim of racism. I am the victim of misogyny. I am the victim of bigotry because otherwise you would love what I did. Because this is about my lived experience as a whatever, right? And it's like, no, it's because you did not do this work. It's because you did not tell us. You did not write a series Bible that told us every layer of this character. What was their childhood? I said this about Ahsoka, did I not? What does she want? Why is she out here? You know, the answers to those questions are there for Adama, right? Why does Adama want to be the admiral of Battlestar Galactica? Well, he grew up in a coastal town. He fell in love with ships in the sea. Galactica reminds him of that. He joined the military. Galactica was his first command. It was a special place to him. Yes, it's old and it's being aged out, but he doesn't care. He loves that ship. It's a great place to end his retirement. That's why he's there. That's why he's there. Dave Filoni cannot answer that question for Ahsoka. He cannot answer that question for Balon or Sabine. He cannot answer. Why does Sabine want to use the Force? Why? Because she wants to use the Force. That's why. You know what I mean? And then Jon Favreau, he cannot answer this question about Din Djarin. He cannot answer this question about the blacksmith. He cannot answer this question about Bo-Katan. So the reason that I share this with you is because this is what the work is. It is what it has always been. It is what it will always be. And we of the Iron Age, we need to be doing this work. And this is one of the reasons why, even though I may have my critiques with, for example, ISOM, you know, I feel like some of the writing, the dialogue's a bit clunky. Okay, fine. But I can tell that the work that Eric July has definitely done is this work, right? Why is Isom where he is? Why does he live in Flores Bar? Why did he give up the costume, which, by the way, I love the answer to that question in ISOM number 2. He gave it up because he failed to save a life and he blamed himself for it. And he thought, I'm not really a hero. And he hung up his cape, so to speak. He hung up his tights, let's say. So my point is, I admire, I know a creator that's doing this work, and I know a creator that's not. I just do, folks. By the way, so do you. Even if you're not like necessarily putting the words to it that I am, you sense it. You definitely sense it, because when you watch a series and you get that uncomfortable feeling of anxiety, this show's making me anxious. I don't know why. Well, I guarantee it's because they have not done this work. They have not answered these questions. Why? What is Ahsoka doing for the Republic? By the way, in fact, just to go back to this, like, not even just the characters. Look at this part. I love this part of it, personally. The 12 colonies. Do you think, serious question, chat, do you think that Dave Filoni has the equivalent of this for the Republic, of the, let's say, between the original and sequel eras, the original trilogy and sequel eras? Because he should have. There should be, for Dave Filoni, for the Ahsoka series, there should be a Bible, and it should have a chapter titled The Republic Between Episodes 6 and 7. History, religion, culture and society, technology, right? Whatever, politics. You should have the Imperial Remnant, culture and society. I would say there should be even more categories. Objectives, military strength, current operations, right? Character biographies, Balon, Ahsoka, who cares? Who cares? But all of them, okay? Storylines, tension, right? Where's the tension coming from with Admiral Thrawn? Structure. How will the episodes be presented? Will there be 2 to 4 episode arcs? Will there be episodic arcs? Will there be series arcs? Thrawn's troopers. The Imperial Remnant troopers, right? Season 1 story arcs, character arcs, both. What is the story arc for season 1? What is Ahsoka's arc? What is Sabine's arc? What is Ezra's arc? What is Thrawn's arc? Right? The Ghost. History, combat operations, right? Maneuvering the Ghost, damage control for the Ghost. Yeah, remember that scene in Ahsoka when Hu Yang, the most valuable robot in the galaxy, now assigned to ship maintenance, and he's like, I can't ever forget about this. And Ahsoka says, "Oh, we're dead in the water. They are a sitting duck. They can be shot down at the pleasure of any of the enemy pilots," right? And what does she say? Oh, Hu Yang, repair the ship. What does he do? He goes to a panel in the cockpit and pushes some buttons or something. She goes out and uses her superpower of quick change, and she immediately becomes Space Ahsoka. She stands on the wing of the spacecraft and she fights the enemy. She fights the enemy fighters with her lightsaber. It's like that is the kind of stupid shit that happens when you don't have this section of your series Bible. It's like, how does your ship win fights? You need to answer that question. What will happen if your ship is stationary in space and 5 TIE fighters are mobbing it? I tend to think that sort of answers itself, but hey, not all of us can have the intellectual proficiency of others. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so that's super fun. That's super fun. We almost need to have that Ahsoka thing again, don't we? But I'm telling you, we do not have any of this work done for these new series. And at the end of the day, that's really the problem. So, Wrangler says, I need to do this with one of my own characters. Yeah, totally, Wrangler. Like, seriously, I could probably link this file in the chat, in the Discord. I'll drop it in the Discord. I'll put it right there in general. Hang on one second. Battlestar Galactica Series Bible. And the Discord link is in the description of the video. I think I can send that. Yeah, there you go. There it is. Download it at your leisure. Wrangler. That's a great tool. By the way, Stranger Things also, you can find it with a Google search. The Stranger Things series Bible, excellent. Great read. Also a great template. And it's brilliant. It's brilliant. In fact, I'm not going to look for it, but these are my two favorites. The Battlestar and the Stranger Things series Bibles are just... By the way, the series Bible of Stranger Things is how the Duffer Brothers sold it to Netflix. That's how they sold it. And if you are trying to pitch a TV series, that's how you got to do it. You got to have a Bible, you got to have a log line, you got to be able to tell them. And I wanted to highlight, let's see, what chapter is it in? Because I love the mission statement. That's so good. I think it's under technology. This is one of the more fascinating parts of the Battlestar Galactica Bible. I'm not going to read it all, just a snippet to give you a flavor of like how well thought out Battlestar was. Okay, so you know how in Battlestar Galactica, if you've seen it, the technology is very analog. They've got these phones with curly cords and just, stuff you would not have seen since the 70s. And you're thinking, well, how is this supposed to be a futuristic-ish society with space travel, but the technology is so dated? What's up with that? And they do have a couple of lines in the series that explain it. Check out the series Bible, though. Technology. Following the Cylon Uprising and eventual war, the colonials had to forcibly remove any and all technologies that could be potentially subverted by the Cylons and used against the colonials. In practical terms, this meant the elimination of networking, defined here as the ability of computers to share data and talk to each other. By eliminating data sharing, the Cylons could not, for instance, introduce computer viruses to disrupt information. And they kind of go on some more in that. So in writing for the series, we should think of the colonials as using a blend of Apple II, current NASA space shuttle, and futuristic technologies. For example, Galactica clearly has flat-screen plasma TV monitors strewn throughout the CIC, but still relies on paper printouts that appear to be created by dot matrix printer on a continuous ream of paper. While the ship can travel faster than the speed of light, officers have to verbally go through long checklists with cadres of enlisted personnel, enlisted personnel flip through switches and press buttons in order to make it possible. A useful way to think about this is to take any piece of equipment and strip out its ability to talk to another piece of equipment. If your cell phone did not have access to a computer network, how efficiently could it operate? Could it operate at all? How do you design a navigational system for a spacecraft if the various components cannot be networked together? How do you design a fighter that relies more on human brain power to identify threats and make decisions than anything built in the cockpit? What do I always say? I always say that we nerds, we lovers of space adventure, we're curious people. Did you notice how in this series Bible, the writers are asking themselves questions? They're asking themselves questions. They're saying, how do you design a fighter that relies on human brain power and not network computers? We as the writers need to answer this question. I freaking love that. I love asking myself questions when I'm doing like brain power. I'm like, how does this character, how did this character get to this place in their career? Something like that. And I gotta answer it. Do you think that like the people planning out the MCU have done any of this? Do you think there's an equivalent of this Bible that Kevin Feige's got for the MCU? What are the odds that he's got this? He does not have this for the MCU. Folks, this explains stage 4 and stage 5 of the MCU. Like not just the girl boss stuff and the woke shit, that's part of it. They do not have this. They do not have this for the MCU. This should be a document, and it frankly should be about 200 pages. It should be 200 pages. They should have it in a file. It is in a locked box, and whenever they hire a director, Nia DaCosta, they hire Sam Raimi, Taika Waititi, whoever it is, they hand this MCU Bible to them. The Bible says, faster than light travel, how does it work? How many planets are there? What are the Kree up to? The Kree, religion, culture, goals, plans, military strength. Powers, technological powers, magical powers. What are their limits? How do they work? Dude, costumes. Costumes, Earth. Earth and public perception of superheroes, the Sokovia Accords and their effect, which characters adhere, which do not. The giant celestial sticking out of the ocean, current cleanup efforts. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't, and that should be handed to the director, Nia DaCosta. And the rule is have fun, make your vision. It should conform to that Bible. Clear? Clear, sir. Fucking Bob Iger. Bob Iger. Oh, well, we did not have enough executive oversight. No, Bob. You dumb, you scumbag, lying corporate elitist. You politically scheming hack. You irresponsible, negligent business owner that you are. No, your problem is not that you are not overseeing your directors more. Your problem is you do not have a series Bible for your MCU. You do not have a Bible for the Disney vision of Lucasfilm Star Wars. You do not have this work done by competent people who know what they're doing. That is why you have lost billions of dollars on all of your failing, stupid, garbage content. Not because of toxic fans. Not because of any of that. Because you have not done the work. And because you hire, quite frankly, and let me put this delicately, stupid people. Like stupid, glue-eating people to write this crap. I can't even, like, Madam Web, I know it's not MCU, but still, it's the same people. It's the same kind of people. All these things, it's like, oh, gee, hang on, I got to steal this ambulance. Never mind that someone needs it. I've got lives to save. Oh my God, freaking, she's an EMT. She's an EMT. She robs a patient. She robs a patient of life-saving care as an EMT and a supposed superhero. And I can't help but think, like, you can't be a smart person and write something like that. You know what I mean? I know. I'm probably being an asshole. Let's face it. I'm being an asshole, but, you know, I own it. I own it. No, no other vehicles to steal. Yeah, of course. Yeah, no, exactly. Dude, it's such a simple fix, though. If you're a writer, you don't have to like rewrite the whole scene. Just have it be that it's an ambulance parked outside a coffee shop and the EMTs are on break. It's still not great. I'm not saying I love the image of you stealing an ambulance for any reason. However, it's more justifiable that way. You know, it at least demonstrates that you have, you know, I don't know, human compassion. Human compassion. You know what I mean? How do these writers, they don't see it. Like they're such narcissists. They literally can't see what they wrote. They can't hear themselves. You know what I mean? So there was another part of this Battlestar Bible that I really love. If I can, I'll skim through it. If I can find it. Dude, it's all gold. Everything in this is gold. I just read this shit for fun. I really enjoy reading this stuff. This is, by the way, this is being a nerd. I am a nerd. I know I probably bored the hell out of my audience by reading this. I can't help myself. I love this. I could do a whole live stream just reading the Battlestar Galactica series Bible because it fascinates me. But I won't do that to you. We're coming up on time to wrap up the show, but there was a part where they talk about the aesthetic of the show that is really great. Let me go to this table of contents because it's probably there. Because they talk about, so storylines, season arcs, history, combat operations. Was that it? Mission statement. No, I think it's probably combat operations, and that's on page 41. If it's not there, I'll move on. But I just need to see if I can find this because I want you to see this. I want you to see how cool this is. The Battlestar combat operation. I don't know, and I can't control F because it's not that kind of document. Maybe I could. No, I can't. Oh, wait, no, maybe I can. Okay, cool. Let me see if I could camera. Just see if that word grabs it. Okay, here we go. Okay, yes, I found it. This is how well thought out. Now, again, the Bible is not just about the story. It's about it. It is a guide for the filmmakers. It's a guide for the directors of the episode. It's a guide for the cinematography. Because as you can see here, they have a section, Battlestar Galactica, naturalistic science fiction or taking the opera out of space opera. Our goal is nothing, well, skip that part. But anyway, visual. The first thing that will leap out at viewers is the dynamic use of the documentary or cinema verite style. Through the extensive use of handheld cameras, practical lighting, and functional set design, the Battlestar Galactica will feel on every level like a real place. This shift in tone and look cannot be overemphasized. It is our intention to deliver a show that does not look like any other science fiction series ever produced. A casual viewer should for a moment feel like he or she has surfed onto a 60 Minutes documentary piece. So that's a cool part of it. But here's the part I really like, okay? Perhaps nowhere this will be more surprising than in our visual effects shots. Now, you know, my dear audience, you know how much I hate CGI as it's used today. Like, I don't hate it in principle. I hate how it shows up. Like Avatar: The Last Airbender live action, garbage. Visual garbage. Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, visual garbage. The Marvels, visual garbage. Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny, Tuk Chase, garbage. Just volume, CGI, gag me with a spoon. Okay? Now, here's why. Because look at how Ronald D. Moore and the showrunners of Battlestar Galactica thought out the visual style of their show. Quote, "Our ships will be treated like real ships that someone had to go out and film with a real camera. That means no 3D hero shots panning and zooming wildly with the touch of a mouse pad. The questions we will ask before every VFX shot are things like, quote, how did we get this shot? Where is the camera? Who's holding it? In the cameraman? Is the cameraman in another spacecraft? Is the camera mounted on the wing? This philosophy will generate images that will present an audience jaded and bored with the same old, wow, it's a CGI shot. Dude, this is 20 years ago. This is like almost 25 years ago. This is being written. People were already getting tired of CGI in the early 2000s. Isn't this prescient? Is this not prescient? I mean, wow. So they say this philosophy will generate images that will present an audience jaded and bored with the same old CGI shot with a different texture and a different cinematic language that will force them to reevaluate their notions of science fiction. I will say, just me personally, I get a little annoyed by how they're taking shots at science fiction as a genre, and it's bugging me. This does bug me. And I do see this as the kind of innocent seeds of some of the more dismissive anti-genre fiction crap that we hear today about we need it to be for a modern audience. I'm not saying they're like woke or anything. It just bugs me. It just bugs me. It kind of reminds me of Halo when shaved head girl boss is asking about how fast the ship can go at faster than light, and butt-face Master Chief says, well, think of space as a ball of yarn. And she's like, shut up, you're boring. And it's like, well, what frustrates me is this is kind of the innocuous beginnings of that attitude, in my view. This is partly why the MCU humor is so bad, because there are a lot of talented, well-meaning creatives that have this attitude of like, ooh, genre science fiction, ew, gross. We need to fix that. And it's like, now, on the one hand, I take their point. I like that they're doing something new and different. I don't like the snootiness. That's it. However, that's kind of a nitpick. Resuming with the quote, our visual style will also capitalize on the possibilities inherent in the series concept itself to deliver unusual imagery not typically seen in this genre. This is what's called creativity. That is the inclusion of a variety of civilian ships. Each will have unique properties and visual references that will be in stark contrast to the military life. So I'm just going to close it there. But I wanted you to see in the Battlestar Galactica Bible that they literally said, this is how our CGI shots of space, right? Obviously, not real shots of space or ships. These are models or CGI. However, where is the camera? Is it on the wing of the Viper? Is there a cameraman in another ship who's getting the shot of the Battlestar? And dude, if you watch Battlestar Galactica, dude, it lives up to that. There are shots where like you can tell that you're sort of riding on the wing, like it's a wing mounted camera, because you'll be looking from the perspective of Starbuck's Viper, and you're kind of moving with the image, and you see the Cylon coming at her. It's badass. Then you'll see these great shots where you're sort of flying by Galactica, and the camera in a very documentary style will zoom in at like a close shot of like something on the hull. So you always have this feeling in Battlestar Galactica that they are always thinking through what they're looking for in the VFX shots. And if I have one serious complaint about that series, my complaint is season 1 was perfect. Season 2 was damn near perfect. Somehow when they got to season 3, I feel like they lost this a little bit, because the show was at its best when it was a military drama. It was a military space drama, and there were space battles with clever tactics, and this visual style was excellent. We should have gotten 7 seasons of that, if you ask me. I think we could have had 7 seasons if they had stayed on that track, right? But in season 3 and 4, they kind of went more in the direction of the political melodrama, which I did enjoy a lot of that, but they sort of stopped with the military action, and they swerved pretty much all into the kind of cultural and political melodrama of the show, some of which I liked a lot. But in any case, this is how professionals do it. This is how adults run television shows. This is why people like Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau, for whatever reason, I don't know if they ever had this ability to write this way, but they don't now. And I don't know why. So anyway, there you go. Hat tip to Ronald D. Moore and the showrunners, Antonio Graffia, one of the writers of the pilot. Great fans. They now work on Outlander. They are now working on Outlander, and it shows. And Outlander is a fantastic series as well. So hat tip and a captain salute to Battlestar Galactica, one of the greatest TV series ever made. Truly brilliant. And Wrangler says Terminator 2 still holds up well. Yes, don't misunderstand. I am not saying I hate CGI. I'm not saying I hate all CGI. I am saying this is the right way to do CGI. The way that we're seeing in this Battlestar Bible, where they're saying this is the visual style, this is how the viewer should feel. These are the things we should be asking ourselves when we're doing the VFX shots, like where is the camera? How are they getting this shot? In other words, they want you to feel like this is real. The CGI is serving that goal, right? And that's when CGI works, and it's great. By the way, the volume could work this way, but they should say, when we're thinking about our volume VFX shots in the MCU, the questions we should be asking ourselves are A, B, C. That should be in the MCU Bible that Kevin Feige hands to every director and says, when you are planning your VFX shots, make sure you read this chapter. Where is the camera? How are we getting the shot of Iron Man or whoever it is flying in this direction? Is it a documentary style? What is it, right? And like one of the other things about Battlestar I love is you can see the film grain. Like, this is a super nerdy film thing, but like in the old days when they used actual film to make films, and before the digital age, film stock had a grain to it. So if you ever look at like old films, you'll see a kind of graininess in the image. And there's a lot of video games, by the way. Mass Effect is a good example that deliberately create this effect. Mass Effect allows you to choose whether you want to play the game with film grain or not. And so what that's doing is it's simulating the old days of when film had a graininess to it. It's very cool. I love it. Saving Private Ryan uses that. Any war film of World War II, the director always wants to have film grain because it makes it feel more like the period. And my point is, Battlestar Galactica used film grain. And I thought that was great because it always made the show seem like it was almost like a war documentary, you know, almost like it was like the Saving Private Ryan of that world, you know. Am I a nerd or am I a freaking nerd? I'm a freaking nerd. Nerd. As in Aqua Teen Hunger Force, Ignignot said, "You are a nerd." Yeah, I think I got all the chats. I think we're pretty much caught up. I was gonna read a story about, you know, just someone whining on the Mary Sue, but I want to end on a high note. I feel like that was fantastic. I feel like I really enjoyed sharing that Bible, but let me know in the chat. Let me know what you think. And Fu Man Blue shared, Fu Man Blue in the Discord shared the Apex homosexual video. It's so bizarre. It's so bizarre. You gotta watch it. Make sure you watch that whole thing because it's so funny. And I love how Mahler wasn't even planning to review it. He just found it. He just stumbled upon it. He's like, you guys want to watch this just to see what it is? And it's like why Tywin Lannister is the ultimate homosexual. He's not good at being a general. He exhibits jealousy, and that's a woman trait. And if a man is exhibiting jealousy, that means he's being a woman, which means he's gay. It's like, oh my God. Is this Buffalo Bill from Silence of the Lambs? Like, this guy's a wacko, man. It's so funny. It's also funny because Tywin Lannister, there's literally like not a shred of evidence, okay? There's not a shred of evidence in that series that he's homosexual. In fact, there's even a scene in which Lady Olenna directly presses him on this because he's expressing disgust at the behavior of Sir Loras Tyrell, who is Renly's lover. And he's expressing disgust about Sir Loras, and Lady Olenna, who's his grandmother, says, "Oh, come on! You never carried on with the other men when you were young. You never did anything like that." And Tywin is like, "Never." You know, he's got this look in his eyes, like, "Are you out of your mind? Never." You know, it's like, so he's literally on record in the show. You know, it's so funny. It's like I've seen some weird crackpot fan theories in my time, but that one. That's a new one. That's an interesting one. Super funny, man. Totally random. It was random for Mahler, and then I stumbled upon Mahler's EFAP to it and decided to put that random on here because this is the captain's show. The captain will do as the captain pleases until my crew threatens to mutiny. Staff Fury has gone off to bed, so there's less danger than usual. Wrangler says Metroid Dread uses the film grain effect in the EMM EMI. Is that EMI or EMM eye zones? And it works great for the gameplay atmosphere. Yeah, it's very cool. It's a great mechanic, and it's kind of sad, I think, because modern filmmakers don't even know what that is. You know, I'm talking about like if you're Gen Z and you're learning to be a filmmaker. First of all, there's a good chance you won't have any talent, but because, if you're in a protected, marginalized community, you will get hired anyway. And then you can go on Twitter and bitch about how it's not fair that nobody bought tickets to your movie. However, there's also like actually talented and well-meaning Gen Zers that all their filming experience is going to be digital. It's going to be making movies with their iPhone, making movies with digital film, and everything's on a laptop. They edit. Everything is on the cloud. They've never actually touched like film, 16 million. And I'm thinking there's something kind of sad about that. There's something kind of sad about, this is why Nolan is kind of the last of his line. He's the last proper filmmaker. You know what I mean? Like, he makes films. And, Villeneuve, Denis Villeneuve. What's the name of the guy? I want to get the correct pronunciation. Dune 2 director. Yeah, Denis Villeneuve. Yes, vive la France, Denis Villeneuve. He's like one of the last true filmmakers who's actually thinking like, what kind of film grain do I want? What kind of film stock do I want? There's going to be a whole generation that don't even know what film grain is, and I find that sad. It's film grain? I know what that is. That's a really cool TikTok filter. No, it's not what it is. It's like, I don't mean it in a snooty way. I mean it as I feel sorry for them. I feel sorry for them that they don't know what it is. You know what I mean? How many people still know what the term, or even know the term silver screen, but know where the term silver screen comes from? I don't know. Probably not a lot these days. Probably not a lot. Well, you know, and that is as it is. Well, my dear sailors and starnuts, have we had a night, or if we had a night? I wasn't even going to go. I think I was going to end it at 4 hours, and I went 40 more minutes because, you know, get me talking about Battlestar. Get me talking about Battlestar. It's good news. I mean, we've got Shogun. Watch Shogun, because I'm going to be on this one. I'm going to be on this one, like white on rice, because I am all in on. I wanted to watch the third episode. I was like, give me the third episode, like right now, please. I kind of hate watching shows that are this good this way because I gotta wait for it, but whatever. And I will see Dune. I will see Dune Part 2 very soon. You will have my thoughts. I really wanted to see it. I just couldn't get to it this weekend, so. And then I can actually go get everyone else's thoughts, which will be nice. And look, the woke gaming industry is starting to course correct. The Iron Age rises. Does the fire rise? The fire rises. So, it's been great hanging out with you. Thank you for all the generous super chats. You do me too much honor. This humble YouTube creator. I am humbled by you, my dear sailors and starnauts, who've stuck with me a whole year now. And here's to an even better second year. And, once again, I am Captain Garrett of the channel Swords and Starships. This has been the Captain's Cast live on YouTube, Rumble, and X, formerly Twitter. Please like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content. Let me know what you'd like to see more of, and I'll see if I can make it happen. So until next time, this is Captain Garrett saying, I will see you out there.